Mic check 1 2, test 1 2, mic check 1 2. Good afternoon and welcome to Championship Sunday here at Nobby's Ballpark in Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. As we will have at least one, maybe two games here today between Case Western Reserve and Lynchburg, or the University of Lynchburg. I'll get it right before the end of the weekend, but my name is John Schwartz. Alongside me, Kyle Haney. Kyle, should be a good one here today between two of the top teams in the country.
I hope that's an understatement, John. Sometimes these big games don't always live up to the hype, but so often they do. I think we described this as a heavyweight matchup yesterday, so we'll call it the rematch, if you will, as Lynchburg takes a 5-0 victory yesterday against Case Western Reserve. The Spartans turn around and get a really good performance in Game 3 of the afternoon, Game 5 of the tournament, and you can tell folks more about that win over Alvernia. Case Western bats really came alive, probably as expected, but it was nice for the Spartans to see those balls fall in for base hits and some power as well. A couple of guys got to the 200 hit plateau, which is always nice, as we mentioned. So I think good vibes for both teams. That's been the key for Lynchburg. When you talk to the guys, they said they want to have fun. They want to have a good time. It's a business trip, but they want to enjoy the business a little bit.
Yeah, and then you get to this point in the tournament, it's interesting because in terms of strategy, it shifts a little bit from, necessarily being that you're looking basically for your teams to, the top-end pitching, and all of a sudden it switches, and now you're talking a little bit more about how deep does your pitching actually go.
That's exactly right. The depth of the pitching gets tested in a situation like this because you do have so many games to play in such a short amount of time. Now, luckily for both these teams, their pitching is fairly intact here, as Mr. Schwartz is. Not only does he do all these other things and keep score and run the press box, but he's the technical advisor too. But yeah, the pitching's going to be so important. Lynchburg has only used 4 pitchers in the tournament, with Arrington throwing the complete game on Friday, Nick Matfield with a great start yesterday. Austin Riney threw 3 pitches yesterday, so it's hard to even say Lynchburg, quote-unquote, used him as a pitcher. But if you look at Case Western, similar story. They used two the first day, split that first game up evenly. Saunders took the ball deep in the game against Lynchburg yesterday. Barnes threw 35 pitches, and then 2 pitchers used last night in that victory. So I think both teams really pitching-wise are in good shape. Now, I reserve the right to change that thought if we get to the if-necessary game, the Game 7. And worth reminding the fans of this scenario, Lynchburg needs only win 1 today. The host team, Case Western Reserve, they have to win twice.
Well, we're just about set to get going here. Let's go and get you the batting order for the visiting team, Case Western Reserve, in this game. Ranked 7th in the country, 33-10 on the year. Logan Andreyko playing left field and leading off. He'll be followed by Jack Anderson, the center fielder. James Powers, the catcher, hits third, and then Nick Harms playing right field and batting cleanup. Dane Camphausen, the first baseman in the 5 spot. Franco Alonso playing second base and hitting 6th. Tyler Stilson at third. He'll bat 7th. Zach Carinci, the designated hitter, hits 8th. And Nate Arterburn, the shortstop, bats 9th. It'll be Archer Stankowski on the mound. We'll tell you more about him in the bottom of the inning. In the meantime, defensively for Lynchburg, first baseman is Eric Hyatt. Second baseman is Benton Jones. The shortstop is Brandon Garcia. And at third is Gavin Collins. In the outfield, left fielder is Eddie Gimbel. Center fielder is O'Kelly McWilliams IV. And in right field, Quinn Madden. Doing the catching today is Sean Pokerock, who hit the home run in yesterday's game. And pitching to him will be Logan Tapman, 1-1 on the season with a 3.38 ERA, but he's making just his second start in the year over his 18 appearances. Kyle, tell us what we need to know about Logan Tapman.
Yeah, a little bit of the rundown on Mr. Tapman here. Talented guy. He was really a prized commodity as far as a recruit goes. 3-0 last year in 13 appearances, actually just 1 start last season. He will not be an unknown for Lynchburg fans, but when you see a guy making his second start, it does maybe make you scratch your head a little bit. I think there's a lot of belief in this guy, Logan Tapman. The numbers are good. Good start there with a lively fastball. ODAC tournament, John, Tapman was in the low 90s with the fastball. He's got a good breaking ball to go with it. Change up a little inconsistent. That'll be the next step for him, but his career is off to a really good start.
That one chopped foul by Logan Andreyko, and it's 0-2. Logan trying to get going with the bat here in the tournament. He's a .351 hitter for the season, 2 home runs, 17 RBIs. He's been very patient at the plate. He's drawn 5 walks so far, in the team's 3 games, but really hasn't swung the bat fantastic thus far. We'll see if he could get started. As the 0-2 on the way, misses up and out for ball 1, 1-2 the count.
Well, I was digging through the stats, and I see that Andreyko has a 24-game on-base streak. So he's reached base at least one time in 24 straight. So he is setting the table, even if the batting average has dipped a bit.
Another one up high to Andreyko, and it's 2-2, the Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania outfielder. Yeah, he has been a spark at the top of the lineup, and the days where the Spartans typically are at their best, Logan Andreyko is the catalyst for some of those at the top of the order. Tapman rocks and delivers, and Andreyko lines that one into shallow left for a base hit. So Logan Andreyko starting things off with an opposite field single. He's on at first, and that'll bring Jack Anderson to the plate.
Yeah, nice swing from Andreyko, kind of typical 2-strike hitting there. Didn't try to do too much, just spraying it into left. Lynchburg does have Eddie Gimbel starting in left field again today. That might be noteworthy for Hornet fans. Gimbel has started every game of this NCAA regional, but has been lifted at times for pinch hitters, so we'll keep an eye on the roster and the lineup changes as the game goes on.
So I'll bring Jack Anderson to the plate. Anderson hitting at .401 to lead all Spartans this season. Starts off his at bat by taking a called strike from Tapman. It's 0-1.
Yeah, I love this guy Anderson, just his demeanor out there, the way he moves around the box, and this 2 through 6 or even 7 in this lineup for Case Western is a real meat grinder. Lynchburg got through it pretty successfully yesterday. You play with fire anytime they step in the batter's box, though.
The first time the Spartans have been shut out since March 30th of last season. So it was the first time the Spartans have been shut out this year, and for a team that lives on its offense, certainly that was a little bit of a head scratcher there, but a great job by Nick Matfield on the mound. And now the Spartans, who got the bats going late in the game against Alvernia, hoping to keep that momentum here. Anderson behind in the count, 0-2. Pickoff attempt at first, not in time.
Yeah, we probably still haven't given Nick Matfield enough credit for yesterday. The challenge for Logan Tapman will be to use some of the things that Matfield showed can work, but you also have to play to your strengths as well. You got to realize they're different pitchers. You got to do what works for you.
Here's the pitch to Anderson off the plate, and it's 1-2.
I think a sharp location there. I think that's exactly where Matfield wanted it. Or excuse me, Logan Tapman, still thinking about Nick Matfield. But yeah, more power, more velocity from Logan Tapman. So how does Lynchburg match that up with a scouting report and a game plan that they know works against Case Western?
1-2 pitch on the way, throw down to first, not in time. Anderson, a graduate student. He's got one more year of eligibility left after this. Played his undergraduate career at Case Western Reserve as well. He's in the law school here now, balancing that with baseball. That's up and in, 2-2. Anderson, typically the starting catcher for the Spartans, but has been playing some center field this tournament. It'd be interesting to see if he gets in behind the plate for game 2 today. It's a 2-2 count on Anderson. Nobody out. Logan Andreyko on at first. Takes his lead over there. Tapman will throw over. He's paying close attention to Andreyko, who has stolen 7 bases on as many tries this year. Probably the one piece of Andreyko's game as a leadoff hitter that's missing. He's not a real base stealer, although he will pick and choose his spots, certainly. 2-2 the count. Here's the pitch from Tapman. And that ball swung on, hit in the air, down the line and right, tailing foul, and that'll get out of play. Anderson yesterday had 2 doubles in the game against Alvernia. One went off the wall in right field, almost went over the wall in right field as it went off the top. The other one went to the left center field gap.
We jump back on the base stealing thought for a second, John. I was looking at the numbers. Lynchburg has more stolen bases, but Lynchburg's played more. This is game 48 for Lynchburg, 44 for the Spartans, and actually the per game stolen base numbers are really pretty close, really.
That one swung on, ground ball up the middle, base hit Jack Anderson. And so back-to-back singles to start the day for the Spartans. Both have come with 2 strikes in the count, and Case Western Reserve picks up where they left off yesterday as they finished strong in the game against Alvernia. And now an RBI opportunity here for James Powers who comes to the plate hitting at .344 on the season with 53 runs batted in.
I was going to say it if you didn't. Two-strike approach really sound there from Andreyko and Anderson. Anderson goes up the middle. Andreyko goes the opposite way. That's just really solid. I think Tapman's got good stuff, but the at-bat is not over just because you get to 2 strikes. You got to keep making really competitive pitches, especially against a lineup like this. On the other hand, if you're Tapman, you probably take some confidence away from that. You're hitting spots. You know you're probably just a ground ball or 2 away from getting out of the inning.
Andreyko leads from second, Anderson from first. Powers, the graduate student, at the plate as he fouls that one back 0-2. So again, Tapman ahead in the count early. Powers, a guy who could spray the ball all over the field, and that's particularly dangerous when he hits with guys on base because he's just tough to defend. Someone's got to cover second base in these situations, and Powers really good at finding holes in the infield that the defense gives to him. He's behind in the count here, 0-2. And he hits that one in the air, center field. O'Kelly McWilliams fades back and makes the catch. Andreyko tags but won't be able to advance. And that'll be the first out of the inning. So 1 gone now, and that'll bring Nick Harms to the plate.
2 points. Again, I like what Tapman's doing. He's really peppering the strike zone, seems to be in command, got a good feel early. I really love the Spartans' hitting approach. It's another one where Powers, yeah, you'd love to hit a double right there, but with 2 strikes, he's just trying to hit it solid. He did that just in catching range for O'Kelly McWilliams, the 4th there in center field. So now Logan Tapman is officially just a ground ball away. We know Lynchburg so proficient at turning the double plays. It would be a great time for one here.
Throw goes down to second, and Draco is back. Harms at the plate. He's hit 12 home runs on the season, driven in 52. The average at 280, and that's fallen off from about 300 where he began the weekend. But has struggled a bit at the plate. If he could get going, that's a boost for the Spartans. First pitch on the way, fastball down and away. Breaking pitch actually down and away, ball 1.
Yeah, first time that Logan Tapman has not begun an at-bat with an 0-1 count. I think that was by design there. It looked like something off speed, trying to take advantage of Harms' aggressiveness, and he does not oblige with a swing.
1-0 offering. Another one outside. Harms not reaching for either of the first 2 pitches, and it's 2-0. Harms was the catalyst yesterday for the Spartans and said it at the time, but he had a bloop double to left field, not a particularly hard hit ball in that big 6th inning, for Case Western Reserve yesterday against Alvernia. And he's, again, a guy who not only is he a run producer, but just seems to be at the center of a lot of rallies for the Spartans.
Hitting cleanup in this lineup, that makes sense that he would be at the center of a lot of rallies. And some guys do have that knack, don't they? It's hard to necessarily quantify with the stats or the numbers, but they just seem to get it done at the right times.
2-1 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And it's 2-2. Good pitch there from Tapman.
Yeah, looks like he's going to that changeup a little bit more here with the right on left situation. Harms there. I mentioned that changeup would be the next step for Logan Tapman. He might be making that next step right before our eyes here in this game.
So 2-2 now on Harms with 2 on and 1 away. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Down and in, full count 3-2. I don't think the Spartans would run here 3-2 with 1 out, but they are an aggressive base running team, especially with the count full. Harms, though, does have a tendency to strike out, so not sure if this is the guy to try that with. 3-2 pitch on the way. Runner's not going, and that one fouled back by Harms. If nothing else, that's the 20th pitch of the inning for Tapman, whose pitch count is climbing a little bit, although we saw that from Matfield yesterday, and he was able to settle in nicely as the game went on.
Yeah, it's a really relentless approach here with 2 strikes for these first 4 hitters from Case Western Reserve. I'm loving it from their offensive perspective, making it really tough on Logan Tapman.
Another 3-2. Grounded foul again. Good at bat here from Harms.
And I think Tapman's still very sharp. I mean, as a pitcher, you know this is going to happen. Guys are going to grind you down with 2 strikes and stay alive, but you'd also love to get out there and just have a nice breezy 1-2-3 first inning, or maybe one guy gets on and then you're out of there in 10 or 12 pitches, but not the case here.
Another payoff pitch coming to Harms. 8th pitch of the at-bat, and he pops it up behind home plate and foul, and we'll get a 9th pitch, so long at bat here.
Yeah, it's almost like going to the weight room and you're gonna warm up, you're gonna get loose, you're gonna do a few sets of a lightweight on the bench press, and that kind of thing is ideal. This is not that. This is like you step in there and your strength and conditioning coach says, hey, you're going to max out here in 4 minutes. Get ready.
Pitch number 9 of the at-bat to Harms. Runners go this time, and Harms sends that one foul.
I like the strategy there, too, from an offensive perspective. They did not run the first, 9 pitches of the at-bat, and then randomly you throw it in there and take off. Keeps the Lynchburg defense on their toes. I think the Hornets were ready, although Gavin Collins, the third baseman, has played way off the bag over there on the left side.
Yeah, it's how the Hornets have been defending Harms yesterday and again today, as that one's down low, ball 4. And so with 1 out, the Spartans will load the bases for Dane Camphausen, who has a chance to get the team off to a quick start here. And, you know, sometimes you see that long at-bat can lead to a mistake in the next at-bat, and this is going to be a key moment for Tapman. Facing Camphausen, who's hitting at .400 on the year, 13 home runs, 58 runs batted in, and he has been the Spartans' hottest hitter so far in the tournament.
I was going to say, would not be shocked to see a mound visit right here. That's exactly what we're going to get. It's the assistant coach, Michael Solbach. He'll take a slow stroll out to the dirt circle. Tapman's staying in, but I love this move. It's been a long inning, so you give him a little break, get the heart rate down, and you can talk about your game plan with Camphausen here, who's obviously dangerous. I think if you're Lynchburg, you got to feel like Tapman's pretty sharp. He's throwing the ball well. He's gotten ahead of 3 of 4 hitters. Long at bats, though, so nice to give him a break. And if you're Lynchburg, you're probably okay yielding a run right here. You don't want to allow the big inning, but the old baseball thought that a single run should not beat you, and that's probably something Coach Michael Solbach's chatting about with Logan Tapman right now.
Dane Camphausen is potentially a double play threat here as well in this situation with, you know, not the fastest of runners and a guy who typically when he does put the ball on the ground, he hits it hard. So,
and there is 1 out. So that's a great point about the double play. You ideally keep him in the ballpark. At best, yeah, get him on the ground and turn that double play. At minimum, I say keep him in the ballpark from a Lynchburg perspective. If you're Camphausen, you got to be thinking the opposite. You got to be thinking get something I can drive in the outfield, sac fly, double homer. Looks like corners are in for Lynchburg.
Again, Camphausen, that .400 average, 13 home runs, 58 runs batted in to lead all Spartans. See if he went around on that one. No, says the umpire down at first. That's Phil Heim out there today. Home plate umpires Kevin Worth. We've got Ben Gray at second. Keith Lepianka is at third. It is a 4-man crew for both games today. The 1-0 offering to Camphausen. And he got a pitch to hit there, but fouled it off. It's 1-1.
Good job by Tapman to attack there. I thought the first pitch of the at-bat was pretty good. Then he comes back with a good hard fastball just above the knee. Solid stuff. Good at bat developing here already.
1-1 the count on Camphausen. Got a fastball in the outside corner. Good pitch at the knees to Camphausen, and it's 1-2.
If you can live right there, you're in really good shape if you're Logan Tapman. And I think if you execute that height of a pitch at the knee, just below, just above, you'll be fine with the result, even if Camphausen does get something out of it.
Here's the 1-2 to Camphausen. Tapman rocks and delivers. And that one swung on, grounded to short, could be 2 to second for 1, on to first, double play turn. And Tapman works around trouble in the first inning after loading the bases with 1 out, gets the 6-4-3 double play, and we're scoreless as we move into the bottom of the first inning. Big double play there, turned by Lynchburg. And again, scoreless, and now Lynchburg will have a chance to hit. Let's go ahead and get you the Lynchburg batting order here. Leading things off is the shortstop, Brandon Garcia. Benton Jones, the second baseman, hits second. 2 lefties back-to-back to start things off for Lynchburg. Quinn Madden, the right fielder, hitting third, and then Sean Pokerock, the catcher, who hit a pinch hit home run in yesterday's game in the cleanup spot. Eric Hyatt bats fifth. He'll be followed by Gavin Collins, then Joe Munitz, the designated hitter. Eddie Gimbel, the left fielder, hitting eighth, and then O'Kelly McWilliams in the 9 spot. Defensively for the Spartans, we've got Dane Camphausen at first, Franco Alonso at second. At shortstop, Nate Arterburn, and the third baseman is Tyler Stilson. In the outfield, Logan Andraco in left, center fielder is Jack Anderson, right fielder is Nick Harms. Doing the catching is James Powers, and on the mound is Archer Stankowski, who has had a bit of an up-and-down season thus far this year. 6-3 on the year through 10 starts. He's got a 5.05 ERA. Through 51 2/3 innings, he struck out 53 and allowed just 52 hits for a .252 opponent's average, but he has walked 20 and hit 13 additional batters, so has had to deal with traffic at times. When he's around the plate, he can be very effective. Again, we've seen him get deep into games, and that's going to be his task here today, is not only to pitch effectively, to pitch as long as he can in this one, and again, try to get the Spartans to the second game today.
I like that kind of funky delivery there from Archer Stankowski. I wonder how much that bothers hitters. It's a lot of arms and legs, and he kind of throws the glove at you as well, and then the follow-through has got some flair. Back to that double play, John. Lynchburg last year led the nation in double plays, 51 in 56 games. This year, the per-game number a little lower, but they're showing that is still a big part of what they do. It's 33 in 47 coming into today, so that's double play number 34 of the season. They're not all the classic 6-4-3, 4-6-3, but there are a lot of those between the high school teammates, shortstop Brandon Garcia and second baseman Ben Jones. The associate head coach Lucas Jones always calls those two the Batman and Robin duo, the Caped Crusaders, and go figure they're batting 1 and 2 in the order as well.
Always good to have that familiarity, if you can, between your middle infielders. And again, after they turn that double play, it'll be Brandon Garcia leading things off. A .326 hitter with a home run and 31 runs batted in, and takes the first pitch up high from Stankowski, 1-0.
Yeah, they call this guy Hollywood because of that personality and the way he plays. Just 1 for his last 14, though, so a little cold at the moment. He's one of those guys that you and I both mentioned yesterday. Doesn't take much to heat him back up, though, and much like Andreyko, the table setter for Case, Brandon Garcia takes a lot of walks, and he'll get hit by a pitch here or there as well.
It's a 1-1 count on Garcia. Here's the pitch from Stankowski. And the fastball outside corner. Stankowski's got some good pop on the fastball today. He's a guy who can approach 90 with the fastball, mixes up his pitches well. Again, for him, it's all about kind of maintaining focus and keeping the ball around the plate. When he gets wild is when he typically gets in trouble, but he's got the potential to be dominant. Spent most of the season as the Spartans' number 2 starter. The 1-2, and that swung on and missed at strike 3. Overpowering with the fastball there was Stankowski, who throws 4 pitches to get the strikeout, and there's one away here in the first.
Yeah, and that's one that's been true in the game of baseball, I guess, since they started pitching it overhanded. A good hard fastball is always going to be competitive. That's going to play at any level. And Stankowski, yeah, can keep that velocity up and not go middle with it. You can't just be completely erratic with the fastball. But if he pitches like that, he'll be effective.
So that'll bring Benton Jones to the plate, who takes the first pitch low for a ball, 1-0. It's the second straight batter Stankowski has started off with the ball. Jones hitting at .324 entering play today. He's got 10 doubles, 4 triples, 3 home runs, and he's driven in 45. Fastball that time on that lower outside corner, 1-1, and that seems to be a popular spot here early on for Stankowski.
Ben Jones was the catalyst yesterday, got on and scored that initial run for Lynchburg with a stolen base, and then a little weird throwing error, and aggressive on the bases and at the plate for this guy.
A little bit up maybe with that one. It's 2-1. A lot of fastballs early on here from Stankowski.
Yeah, and I said aggressive at the plate, but that's actually misleading because Ben Jones is the walks leader for this team with 45, so basically 1 per game.
And that hit him. So, or they say it hit the dirt first. Let's see if the umpires talk this one over. Home plate umpire called it a ball.
Yeah, it looked like there was a noticeable change in direction of the ball as it went by. Now, you could get that off the turf there. And it probably actually is a little tougher for the home plate umpire to see that based on where he's set up. So a good call to bring the crewmates in, have a chat. I don't think Ben Jones will mind hitting, but he is a guy who wants to get on base. You can tell that from the walks, and he'll get hit by a pitch quite a bit as well. It's 10 on the season coming in here for Ben Jones. That would make number 11 if it does go down as a hit by pitch.
Oh, long discussion here. I frankly thought from up here that it hit him, but
yeah,
again, I just.
And the length of the discussion is interesting because you might think a home plate guy comes out and says, "Hey, did it hit him?" And all 3 guys either say no, 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 or yes. Okay, I guess it pointed at home plate as in stay here, so it's not a hit batter.
Yep, so that'll be ball 3. It'll be a 3-1 count. I think, it was interesting watching Jones. He was having a conversation with James Powers, the catcher, and I think James Powers may have even nodded to him like, yeah.
Yeah. But. Well, we'll see. It could end up being a better result for Lynchburg potentially, but maybe a slight reprieve here for Archer Stankowski. He got a bad pitch out of his system. I guess that's what you're talking about as far as he can be a little wild sometimes, because that's a pitch that's not competitive out of the hand. The batter doesn't even have to think about that one. If you're around the plate, you miss by 4, 5, 6 inches, that's a little tougher.
I believe a 3-1 count. The umpire might just put up a 4th finger there. Yep, there we go. So that is ball 4. The umpire, I think, signaled 2-1 initially, but that was ball 4.
Yeah, we got a great day to play out here in Cleveland, Ohio. It's the best weather day of the tournament so far. But
it's always 70 and sunny in Cleveland. I don't know what you're talking about, Kyle.
That Chamber of Commerce must pay you to say that, I guess, huh?
Well, it's interesting, and today is probably one of the hotter days of the year thus far, and I would assume Lynchburg a little bit more used to playing in some warm weather. As that ball grounded through the right side of the infield for a base hit by Madden. Jones rounds the corner at second. He'll pull into third, and he'll slide in safely. So first and third with one away now for Lynchburg here in the first inning, after the Spartans left the bases loaded, or at least loaded the bases with one out in the inning. Now Lynchburg threatening here with runners on the corners and one away for one of the stars of yesterday's game, Sean Pokerock.
Pinch hit, 2-run home run that really put an exclamation point on things for Lynchburg. And he has been a pinch hitting machine, but he's just a machine everywhere he goes. Sean Pokerock was obviously in high spirits yesterday when we got to chat with him, and he was one of the guys saying, hey, if we just have fun, if we keep the good vibrations going, we'll be fine.
263 hitter on the year. First pitch is in the dirt and blocked really well by Powers, who did something you don't see catchers do as much anymore. He just threw his body in front of that ball to keep it in front of him. That was a good defensive play.
Yeah, I love that from Powers. You got to slide out there. The turf probably helps as opposed to a dirt circle around the plate. You get a true hop, but high marks for Powers on that one. That saves a run. The other runner, Quinn Madden, would have been in scoring position. Don't overlook that defensive play. And while this Mound Conference is going on, it might feel like deja vu for the Case Western Reserve offense. They got the bases loaded in inning number 1 yesterday against Lynchburg, and Nick Matfield pitched its way out of it. This time it's Logan Tapman using a timely double play. And now all of a sudden the roles are reversed, and the Hornets are threatening here with runners at the corners.
Spartans have now left 15 men on base. 15 men on base through the first 10 innings against Lynchburg here in the in the regionals. So again, that's something that they need to turn around. Is a long meeting on the mound here to give Stankowski a bit of a breather. He's thrown it 10 pitches so far. 6 of those 10 have been out of the strike zone, and he's got to try to find a way to lock in here. He's got runners on the corners, 1-0 count on Pokerock with one away. Pokerock, a 263 hitter. He's got 5 home runs, 23 runs batted in this season, including the 2-run homer yesterday that pretty much put a bow on the game for Lynchburg at that point.
It was major momentum, plus you get the 2 runs, but the momentum, those home runs, they can really be big swings.
1-0 the count. Fastball on the lower inside corner for a strike, 1-1.
I think Pokerock, probably felt like he could have got after that ball, but he knows the situation here, knows the scenario. With 1 out, he wants to stay out of the double play. So Pokerock will be looking for something that he can get in the outfield and perhaps beyond.
The 1-1 offering. Stankowski taking his time, now delivers. That ball fouled back, 1-2.
Yeah, that one was a little higher in the zone. Pokey gave a good rip at it, fouls it away. Now with 1-2, we'll see if the approach changes, if he's still looking to get something elevated, or perhaps you kind of give in a little bit and go to your 2-strike approach. It looked like third base coach Oscar Garcia called some signs there. Never know, could have something in play here with a 1st to 3rd steal.
Runners take their leads. 1-2. No one going as that one swung on. Chopper it towards third. Stilson has it. His only play is at first where he gets the out. But coming in to score on the RBI ground out for Pokerock is Jones from third base. Madden moves up to second, and it's 1-0 Lynchburg.
Pokerok just adding to his postseason resume, one of the heroes last year. He'll have to be in the running to be called a hero this season as he drives in the first run. Lynchburg with the early advantage, 1-0. Pokey sharing some info about the pitcher to Eric Hyatt as he steps in. Still a dangerous situation for the Spartans. You got good wheels at second with Quinn Madden. He will be a threat to score on any base hit.
So Madden takes his lead. Hyatt at the plate, a .299 hitter on the year. 2 home runs. He's driven in 32. The first baseman awaits the pitch from Stankowski, who now rocks and delivers, and it's swung on and fouled back 0-1.
Fun fact, Eric Hyatt actually has the longest active hitting streak on the team at 3 games, John, which is crazy to think. Lynchburg is undefeated in postseason play, but it's not been any one guy. It's different guys every game, and Eric Hyatt has certainly been one of those guys, but it's just back to the team concept for the Hornets.
Well, going back to the first game here, there were only 5 hits for Lynchburg in that game, in a really well-pitched game, a 3-1 win. That ball grounded over to short. Arterburn with it. Makes a long throw to first, on target to get the out. And that ends the inning. The Spartans hold Lynchburg to 1 run in the first, and it's 1-0. The Hornets with the lead early on. Alonzo, Stilson, and Carinci due up for the Spartans. 6, 7, and 8 in the order when we come back. Well, Logan Tapman walked the tightrope but escaped in the first. Now back out on the mound in the second. He threw 28 pitches, 19 for strikes in that first inning, but is working with a 1-0 lead now after 1 full frame. Alonzo, Stilson, and Carinci due up. It'd be Alonzo leading things off here, and he's been red hot for the Spartans. Alonzo batting at .336 overall in the year, 5 home runs, 29 runs batted in, including a home run against Alvernia in the first game of the tournament.
Yeah, Alonzo's a guy that really impressed me. A little bit of an unorthodox batting stance, but it works for him. You can tell he's got bat speed, hand-eye coordination, all those things you look for in a hitter. So he's going to be a tough out. Really, let's be honest, there's very few soft spots in the Spartan lineup, if any. I mean, everything is a tough out. So that can stress you as a pitcher. As I said, you want to be on cruise control. You want to make it easy on yourself, but when you know you can't really make any big mistakes, that can make the arm a little bit tighter out there.
So Tapman gets set. He'll try to settle in here after getting that big double play to end the first, and delivers a first pitch ball to Franco Alonzo. Missed maybe a bit up and out for a ball, 1-0. Alonzo, Stilson, and Carinci this inning, trying to get the Spartans even in this one. Down low, it's now 2-0. In the 5-0 loss yesterday, Lynchburg got a run in the bottom of the first inning, and it remained 1-0 until late in that game when Lynchburg scored 3 in the 6th, then 1 in the 7th to extend the lead to 5-0. That ball swung on line into right field, and that's a base hit. Third hit of the day already for the Spartans, who have come out swinging well despite not having a run to show for it as of this point. And now the leadoff man on, Alonzo at first for Tyler Stilson, who had a nice day yesterday. Stilson 1 for 4 against Lynchburg, and then went 3 for 4 with a double, 2 runs, 2 RBIs against Alvernia.
Another backside hit there for Case Western. To me, that's an adjustment. I'll finish the thought here after this first pitch to Stilson. well.
So we're down to first. Go ahead
Yeah,
now.
yeah. It to me yesterday, not that Case Western was looking to pull everything and spin and yank, but it seems like today you're already seeing a noticeable difference. They want more head-high line drives, middle, backside, and that could pay off. We'll see if Lynchburg can adjust to that. As a Lynchburg pitching staff, do you then maybe call more fastballs, try to go inside, try to go up a little bit more? It's that chess match, I think, that is the real heart and soul of our game. How do you get the batters out as a pitcher and as a hitter? How can you get on base and do some damage?
I believe that was called a ball. I'm not 100% sure.
I thought he called it a strike.
Did he call it a strike? He might have.
Yeah.
Those
are only options, right?
It wasn't very. Yeah, one of the two at least, but.
Yeah. Our scoreboard's got a little bit of a hiccup out there. That's the only thing that's gone wrong this weekend.
There's always something.
Got to be something,
right?
yeah.
That ball hit in the air, shallow left. Coming in and getting it is the left fielder, Gimbel, and that'll be the first out of the inning.
Gimbel made a couple really nice defensive plays to help Lynchburg out yesterday. You got to think a diving play in the first for Gimbel. Then he caught that other ball at the warning track. If he doesn't make those, the game might have a completely different flavor, and Gimbel was ready for that hard hit ball. That's really the first one that Case Western has pulled, but just kind of bad luck there for Stilson that Gimbel was in the zip code.
Zach Carinci now the batter. Carinci 2 hits against Alverny yesterday to reach 200 for his career. He was a key part of that Spartan rally against Alverny in the 6th inning of the game. Had a squeeze bunt play that the Spartans actually pulled off 2 of those in that inning. Carinci had the second of the 2. Alonzo had the other. And that was one of the catalysts for the Case Western Reserve win in the second game that got them to this point.
Yeah, and back to no soft spots in your lineup. When you can have a guy batting 8th that has racked up 200 career hits, that's a pretty nice thing to be able to do if you're the Spartans.
Carinci, who graduated today as well. It's graduation day on Case Western Reserve's campus. Carinci and the other seniors on the team all headed over this morning to the Veal Center, where Carinci, and it was the 7 seniors, so Carinci, Price, Stevenson, O'Connor, Horvath, Marley, and I'm leaving one person out that will come to me eventually. And Demetris, that's who my last one is as the count goes to 2-0. Those 7 all went over this morning, got their pictures taken with the president, who was very kind to meet with the team before the actual graduation ceremony started, and then they all got over here for batting practice.
That's fun. Lynchburg did a similar thing. Their seniors graduated before they took the trip out here.
2-0 the count on Carinci with a runner at first and 1 away. Tapman has really been careful with the runners on base today. Not shy about throwing over to first so far.
Yeah, Tapman's one of those guys. He's got a commitment to holding the runners on. He's going to keep them close. He's going to give his catchers a chance. And I think as a battery mate, that's all you can ask for.
Deep breath in the pitch, and Carinci takes it up high, 3-0.
Yeah, all close pitches, but now you're starting to see Tapman maybe not be as tight and in the strike zone. He'll adjust and try to stay loose out there. There is 1 out, so back to the old you're only 1 pitch away concept here if you're Logan Tapman.
See if Carinci gets the green light, 3-0. He tends to be a guy who'll take in this situation, and he does on the outside corner for a strike, 3-1. Not sure that's a pitch, that 3-0, even if you were swinging, that you would be looking to take a cut at there, as it was right on the corner, well placed on the black by Tapman.
Yeah, pitcher's pitch, and answer after the pitch. But do you think graduating this morning, does it change your focus a bit as a senior for the Spartans? You'll get to talk about it here after another pickoff attempt.
Yeah.
Or you think the guys are completely dialed in on the ball field?
I think they're dialed in. I think if anything, maybe that helps them in a way where it gets that out of their mind that, they didn't miss anything.
Mm-hmm.
They've kind of done their part, got the picture with the president. Now you come on over and you take care of business on the other side of campus. That ball, a breaking pitch, down and away, ball 4, and there are 2 on again for the Spartans, who have not lacked for base runners so far in this weekend against Lynchburg, but just haven't been able to cash in a run yet. It'll be up to Arterburn here with 1 out and 2 on. Arterburn hitting a 227, and he has had a rough time so far this weekend. He is now 0 for 10 in the 3 games. Struck out 4 times against Alvernia yesterday. Takes the first pitch there in the outer corner for a strike. And I imagine if you're Tapman, you know the scouting report on Arterburn, and you're going to go after him here. Got to attack the strike zone against him.
That certainly should be part of your thought process. And the catcher, Sean Pokerock, who's got the earpiece with the coaches, he'll be in on that game plan as well. Good start for Tapman. You know, wheel and do a little soft toss to Ben Jones, who came over to cover second. Corners are in for Lynchburg, just slightly in, not really defending a bunt, but more of a double play concept. And, of course, Arterburn runs well additionally.
Arterburn, a guy you always have to be careful of the bunt with. He's a guy who can bunt for a base hit. Did that a little bit more earlier in the season, but has struggled to get into rhythm here. Does get the bunt down there. It's towards third. Fielded by Collins. It's throw to first in time to get the out. And the runners will move up.
Gavin Collins so smooth over there at third base, one of the best at throwing on the run. He'll take the out. Still some value in that if you're Arterburn. You know, you mentioned he's not swinging the bat great, so no, you don't typically think of a sacrifice bunt with one out. But you get two in scoring position for a really good hitter in Andreyko. I don't want to say it's like the old school National League where the pitcher was always going to bunt regardless of outs, but I don't hate the play from Arterburn at all.
I think that's one of those that probably when you look at it, you know, I don't know if the intent was there to sacrifice, but you kind of give him the benefit of the doubt and call it a sacrifice bunt there. As a swing and a miss from Andreyko brings the count to 0-1. Logan picked up his first hit of the weekend, I believe, as I double-check my box scores here. Yeah, first hit of the weekend in the first at-bat of the game. He singled to the opposite field. Behind in the count here, 0-1 against Tapman. He swings, grounds that one down the first base side, but foul, and now Andreyko behind in the count, 0-2. Yeah, so once again, Tapman a chance to get out of the inning here without any damage.
Yeah, it's back to, you know, we talk about timely hitting a lot. That's a baseball term. Maybe we should be talking about timely pitching. It seems like Lynchburg has had a knack for that against Case Western Reserve. Guys get on, but then these Lynchburg pitchers, they just really dial it up when the pressure is on.
0-2 the count on Andreyko. Runners in scoring position and 2 away. He swings, hits that up the middle, base hit. One run comes in to score, rounding the corner at third, and coming in will be Carinci. Moving up to second base is Andreyko on an error by McWilliams, the center fielder. And Andreyko with a 2 RBI single gives the Spartans a 2-1 lead.
Well, there you go. You play with fire with a guy like Andreyko. He went up the middle again, a 2-strike hit, John. The approach is outstanding right now for the Spartans. You can't fault Logan Tapman too much for the pitches that he is making. 0-2, maybe you'd like to have that ball a little further off the plate, who knows. But quality hitting from Logan Andreyko, a little misplay out there in center field means Andreyko's in scoring position for a great hitter. Got to be real careful if you're Lynchburg here in the top of the second inning.
And another 2-out hit for the Spartans as well, as Jack Anderson takes that breaking ball outside, 1-0. Anderson singled in his first at bat with 2 strikes. And again, good 2-strike hitting today for the Spartans. 2 runs across and a chance here with Anderson at the plate to add on 1 more. And taking there for a strike, it's 1-1. Tapman not throwing the fastball, at least to this point in the at bat, to Anderson.
And that was one thing Matt Field said yesterday about the game plan. Didn't throw many fastballs to the Spartans. So, again, if you're Lynchburg, how do you match up that game plan with what Tapman can do? Tapman's got a really big fastball.
Swing and a miss. Good breaking pitch there, and it's 1-2. That's that big Jack Anderson swing. But hold on. Yeah, well, let's see. Did the catcher maybe – I think the umpire came out for a second there. I don't know if the catcher caught a ball or something.
Yeah. I think Sean Pokerock, the Lynchburg catcher, didn't field that ball cleanly and got a little bit of a deflection in the body. So umpire gave him some time, but it looks like all is well, and we got another big 2-strike pitch coming.
For a second, the way the umpire came out, I thought catcher's interference for a second there, but instead it's a 1-2 count. The pitch on the way, swung on, fouled off by Anderson. Count stays at 1-2.
I said Tapman's got the big arm, the big fastball. It's an upper 80s, low 90s fastball, but his breaking ball's not bad. So the fact that he's going to that more, that doesn't necessarily mean his fastball's not working. He's got a good kind of a power curve, power slider pitch.
Yeah, it's a Spartans lineup that typically does better against, as you said, fastballs. That's what they hit, though. Even the low 90s fastballs the team can handle. Anderson gets that in the air, deep towards right field. Going back is the right fielder, and making the catch for the out is Madden, and that ends the inning. But a 2 RBI, 2-out single by Logan Andraco gives the Spartans the lead for the first time in the weekend against Lynchburg. It's 2-1 Case Western Reserve. We'll be back for the bottom of the second in just a minute. Case Western Reserve University grabs the lead. It's 2-1 as we move along into the bottom of the second, and Lynchburg will send their 6, 7, and 8 hitters to the plate. Collins, Munitz, and Gimbel due up. Collins, the third baseman, hitting a .292 on the year, 7 home runs, so good power. He's driven in 30. Stankowski working with the lead in a do-or-die game for the Spartans. You know, Lynchburg is that pitch taken for a strike. A game to work with here, but it kind of feels like if you lose this game, if you're Lynchburg, you're you know, it's not a road you want to walk down necessarily.
Not at all. You don't want to have to bounce back after a loss and play the host of school, play a good Spartan ball club again for the second time. Bullpen might be a little depleted by then. So, no, it's not a must-win game for Lynchburg. It is not an elimination game for Lynchburg like it is for Case Western Reserve, but it almost does, to your point, feel must win. You don't want to go to that if game, that if necessary game 7, if you can help it. Now, Lynchburg did do that in their NCAA regional last year where they lost to Lebanon Valley in the early game and then came back and won game 7.
0-2 pitch in the dirt. That's 2-2 now. Yeah, it's such an interesting dynamic because even just coaching in this situation, how quickly do you go to your bullpen right now if you're Lynchburg here and you're Coach Beasley? Do you let Tapman, you know, again, it's only 2 runs right now as that misses inside, so Tapman certainly pitching effectively. There's no reason to pull him. But if the game starts to get away a little bit from Tapman, how aggressive are you at going to your next option out of the bullpen, knowing that that's an option that you potentially lose for your second game of the day? Up and in, and that's ball 4, and it's a leadoff walk drawn by Collins.
Yeah, good job by Collins to stay alive there. Didn't have to foul off any pitches or anything, but he laid off some tough ones. And you're right, that is the conversation that is ongoing in a situation like this. Tapman's given up the 4 hits, all singles. I think that'll be reason to think he can stay in. If Case Western starts getting the ball elevated, playing wall ball a little bit, then you may think about going to a new option quicker.
Joe Munitz, the hitter, and that one swung on, hit up towards the middle. Arterburn with it, steps on the bag for 1, throws to first, double play. So the double play turned behind Stankowski. He is probably about as good as any Spartan pitcher at getting as inducing double plays. And now each team has turned 1 today, and the bases are empty with 2 outs for Eddie Gimbel.
Yeah, that was big. It looked like Munitz hit that ball fairly well, but I think he must have gotten slightly jammed because the ball just kind of died out as it went by the pitcher. Shortstop Arterburn with a really good play. It's 2 for the price of 1.
Stankowski throws what I think most would deem kind of a heavy ball. It's a little bit harder to square up, hard to make good contact on, sort of, you know, that traditional downward movement to it that makes it a little bit harder to elevate. And when he's going well, that's one of the things you see from him. He could get ground balls.
Yeah, well, it's all ground ball outs right now. Stankowski's got 1 strikeout in there as well, but Nothing in the air just yet for Lynchburg. He's got 2 strikes on Eddie Gimbel. So cool with the science now, John, that they can quantify that heavy ball with the spin rates and the axis of rotation and some of that stuff.
Ground ball hit up towards the middle and through for a base hit. So another ground ball, but that one finds a hole up the middle for Gimbel, who's on with the second Lynchburg hit of the game. And that will, at the very least, clear the bottom of the order, but a good hitter at the bottom of the order here for O'Kelly McWilliams IV, who has driven in 24 this year, a .293 hitter. He has 1 home run and a speed threat at the plate as well.
Speed, and more speed with O'Kelly McWilliams IV, the nickname from the Roman numerals there. Good piece of hitting by Gimbel. Actually kind of the same ball Munitz hit, but because of the positioning, Munitz's turns into a double play. It's interesting because typically you think double play depth is going to open up more holes, but it actually brought the shortstop Arterburn a little closer to second base, and then he ends up turning to double play.
It's a 1-0 count on McWilliams. Fastball low, taken for a ball. Throw goes down to second with the runner Gimbel going, and he's safe.
And Gimbel's got that in his skill set, John. That's a good place to run there. You're in scoring position.
Second stolen base on as many tries this season for Gimbel, and now McWilliams can drive in the run here with a base hit potentially. So see if Stankowski can preserve the lead. It's a 1-run advantage for the Spartans here in the bottom of the second. 2 away, runner at second. Pitch misses outside there. It's now 3-0 with Brandon Garcia waiting out on deck.
Yeah, it might be a red light situation. Might be a straight take here for O'Kelly McWilliams. Never know. 2-1 ball game. Lynchburg down 1 in the bottom of the second.
3-0 on the way. Down and in, ball 4. And so a 4-pitch walk to McWilliams. And there's 2 on now. Back-to-back runners reaching with 2 outs here in the second. Not the cleanest of innings for Stankowski, who was helped out by that ground ball double play.
Yeah, Stankowski walked 3 the first time through the order, so 3 of 9, and that was kind of what you were talking about as we were coming on. When he's in the zone, he's got really good stuff, but when he loses the zone, all of a sudden problems start happening. And maybe that's every pitcher, right? But I think for Stankowski, that'll be key. Try to throw more strikes here this second time through the lineup.
Brandon Garcia, the left-handed hitter, the batter now, takes the first pitch strike at the knees, 0-1. Garcia struck out on a high fastball, had a little bit of trouble catching up to that high fastball the last time from Stankowski. See if he comes back to that here after starting him off with an off-speed pitch down low. 0-1 on Garcia. Inside with that one, and it's 1-1.
Good speed at both bases for Lynchburg. Good speed at the plate here with Brandon Garcia. He's a guy that can get those infield singles, can get those swinging bunts. He can bunt for a base hit himself. Probably won't right here, but certainly can do that.
Chopper hit towards short. Arterburn sits back on it, bobbles it a little, and that gets it there just in time. Boy, that almost cost Arterburn a play at first, but is able to make it. And Arterburn, who has been so good defensively for the Spartans at short this season, makes the play to end the inning. So Lynchburg leaves 2 stranded. Each team has left 3 on the base path so far. And we'll move to the top of the third. Powers, Harms, and Camphausen due up when we return. Heart of the Spartans order coming up here in the top of the third. Case Western Reserve leading 2-1 over Lynchburg. Logan Tapman begins his third inning of work. He's allowed 2 runs on 4 hits thus far, and Powers, who flew out to center field on a well-struck ball his first time up, will lead things off here in the third.
Lynchburg is in those red tops today, John. That's the Sunday red. And there's some history with those jerseys. Lynchburg, a pretty good percentage of clinching championships in those red jerseys. So that's why they are on today. Jersey choice probably insignificant, but it's fun. It's something to talk about.
All depends on who you ask, right, and how superstitious they are. That one sent sky high behind second base. Coming in now is the right fielder. And making the catch on the run is Madden for the out, 1 gone. So Powers retired for a fly ball for the second time today. And now Nick Harms will be the batter. Harms worked a tremendous at-bat in his first time at the plate. 10 pitches, ended up drawing a walk.
Yeah, that was solid. And it's so interesting because you don't think about a walk, a base on balls being the best at-bat of the day, but for the Spartans, maybe it was. They did not score a run in that first inning thanks to the Lynchburg double play, but you're right. That at-bat from Harms was standout. He took a big rip there. It looked like he was not content with just taking a walk on that swing.
No, got the first pitch fastball, and now I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see another breaking pitch or another fastball for the rest of this at-bat against Harms now that Tapman is ahead in the count. That one skips in the dirt. It's 1-1.
Lynchburg is undefeated in postseason play at 7-0, John, and the postseason ERA is 1.86. It's 13 earned runs in 63 innings pitched for the Lynchburg staff. They yielded 2 earned runs in the top of the second, but overall it's been a Lynchburg pitching unit that has kept their team right where they want to be. Offensive numbers are down a little bit, which maybe you expect in the playoffs in the postseason, but the Lynchburg pitching staff has risen to the occasion.
Came into the game with an ERA of 0.5 in the tournament, in the NCAA tournament thus far, as that one skips in the dirt. It's now 3-1 on Harms.
And the Spartan fans, you know, I keep saying postseason for Lynchburg playoffs. It was 2 opening weekend Old Dominion Athletic Conference tournament games against Bridgewater. If you win a 2 out of 3 series, you then go to the conference Final Four. I don't think Final Four is the name they prefer. That's reserved for basketball, as you know. But so you get to Final Four teams there. Lynchburg won 3 games in that tournament. Lynchburg 2-0 so far here in the NCAA regional. Gets you to 7 postseason games.
3-1 pitch from Tapman. And it's at the knees for a called strike to Harms. So the count goes full, 3-2. So Nick Harms has worked a pair of full counts so far today against Tapman. See what Tapman comes with here. He doesn't have to throw a fastball in this situation, even with Camphausen waiting out on deck. And that one fouled back. It's 3-2 still.
Tough pitch there from Tapman. Good job by Harms to fight it off. Back to that postseason thing. Lynchburg in the national championship run last year was 18 postseason games. And that really is a season. I mean, that's a season all to its own. There's high school teams that don't play 18-game seasons.
Yeah, the NCAA, you know, you're allowed 40 regular season games. So that's basically an extra third of your year as that one misses inside ball 4. And Nick Harms, for the second time today, works the count full and eventually draws the walk. And now Dane Camphausen will look for a measure of revenge after grounding into a 6-4-3 double play back in the first inning with the bases loaded to end the frame. Camphausen always a threat to go deep. He has a program record 13 home runs this season to go along with 11 doubles and a triple. He can hit the ball to all parts of the field. His home run so far in the NCAA tournament came over the wall in left, but he can send one deep to right center as well.
I just think he's so good over there at first base too, Camphausen. You know, it's not just the balls in the air. It's the balls left to right laterally that he can use that big frame and stretch for and still keep a foot anchored to the bag. And as you said, good footwork over there. I mean, he's deceptively athletic.
Breaking pitch on the inside corner for a strike to Camphausen, and it's 0-1.
But as traditional baseball minds would say, you do look for some power from your first baseman, don't you?
You do. That's true. Not a lot of David Segui or JT Snows out there. Guys who can rely on defense.
It's interesting, though, too, you talk about that because the first baseman, I guess other than the pitcher and the catcher, is going to touch the ball the most. So there is definitely some value in having an elite defender over there.
Well, I think for so long on the major league level, the theory was you could throw anyone at first base, and that was propagated as time went on, too, a little bit by the Moneyball, theory, of course. As the runner takes off, throw down to second, and it is in time to get the out.
Whoa. That was bang, bang there. Nice throw by Sean Pokerock, and I'll tell you, that was a breaking ball. Harms picked a really good pitch to run on, so that tells you just how good the catch and release was from Sean Pokerock. One Hobson in there. Good job by Ben Jones to keep the hips down, keep the eye level low, make that snag and snap tag. That's one that Case Western Reserve would love to have an instant replay option on. That was very, very close. Although I don't know that you use it this early in the game. I'm just saying it was that close.
That was the first time this season that Nick Harms has been caught stealing.
Wow.
Pitch misses outside there. It's 1-2 now on Camphausen.
And back to Tapman, commitment to holding runners. Give him a piece of credit there. He was pretty quick to the plate, and he's been throwing over a lot.
Breaking pitch outside, 2-2. So Tapman looking to get through the third here and keep it at a one-run deficit for Lynchburg. Camphausen, a one-man rally at the plate right now, but it's a 2-2 count. 2 away. Here's the pitch. Outside, and that's ball 3. Good attempt there by Pokerock to try to frame that on the outside corner, but I think that missed outside.
Yeah, Pokerock was set up outside, so it split the body. It looked really good. I think our umpires have been outstanding the entire tournament. And back to what we've pointed out, the zones have been, in general, just a little bit tighter than maybe regular season zones.
Payoff pitch on the way to Camphausen. He swings and lines that one into right field for a base hit.
Had him shifted to pull, so a really good piece of hitting right there. Again, falls in line with this Spartan concept in this game anyway, as far as let's go up the middle, let's go backside. We'll take what Lynchburg pitchers give us. Big hole over there. Camphausen exploited it.
Again, Camphausen, a guy who can hit with power to the opposite field, so going the other way is not something new to him. And frankly, the way that ball was hit, as hard as it was hit, maybe lucky for Benton Jones he wasn't playing there. He might have had a ball-sized hole right through his midsection if that one caught him.
Those are the worst as an infielder. A line drive right at you. Don't know if it's going to stay in the air or bounce, a foot or two in front of you and become really tough.
So red-hot Franco Alonso now at the plate. Alonso, a home run in the tournament so far. He's 1 for 1 in this game. Takes it outside again, 2-0. Tapman looked like he had a little extra on that fastball as he reeled back and let loose.
Yeah, and that was a miss there. You saw Pokerock setting up inside. Tapman kind of yanked that one across his body. So 2-0 count to a dangerous hitter, Alonso. You don't want to walk anymore, people. Tapman's walked 3.
Mentioned that was the first time Nick Harms has been caught stealing this season. Again, 15 attempts, and he had been perfect coming in. It's the first time he's been caught stealing overall since March 25th of 2023 last season.
It was about the same date as that last Case Western shutout, right?
Week later.
Okay.
Or a week later. The shutout came a week later. 3-0 the count. And it looked like Alonso taking all the way there. But again, Tapman going to that lower outside corner. That seems to be his spot that he knows he can get the strike on.
Yeah, and if you can live there, do that. But back to the Spartan hitting approach, they're taking that pitch the other way and hitting line drives. I mean, again, not wall balls, but they're really putting good swings on it.
3-1 now to Alonso. And it stays up high, ball 4. And after what looked like it could have been a quick inning for Tapman, all of a sudden he's maybe in a spot of trouble here with 2 on for Tyler Stilson, who flew out to left field but has really been swinging a good bat over the last 2 games for the Spartans.
Yeah, Lynchburg has relievers that just hang out in the bullpen, and you see some guys kind of wandering around, but nobody grabbing a baseball to get loose just yet. So Logan Tapman staying in there. Short little mound visit with the battery mate Sean Pokerock. Pokey has got that personality too, to where he can boost a pitcher's spirits. He can kind of look and see what they need. Hey, do I need to make this guy laugh a little bit? Do I need to get under his skin? Do I need to pump him up? It's kind of like when a good boxing trainer, they come over to the corner. They always just seem to know the right things to say, and the umpire will expedite this little conversation. There are 2 outs. We're in the top of the 3rd. It's a Spartan lead, 2-1 over Lynchburg. Case Western Reserve, 5 hits here through 2 2/3 innings. It took them an entire game to get that yesterday. So this is a change in hitting approach, I think, John, and a change that's paying off for the Spartans.
Wearing down Tapman, certainly, a guy who's only started 1 game this season. He's about to throw his 69th pitch of the game and his 20th pitch of this inning. Pitch from Tapman, and Stilson takes it in the dirt, 1-0. Stilson now hitting at .330 on the year. He's been great during his first season. 3 home runs, 21 RBIs, and if the Spartans were to win today, not only has he made an impact at the plate, but probably a likely Game 2 starter. He cranks that one foul, and it's 1-1.
Those two-way guys are so valuable in college baseball. Sometimes it's tough to work them in, though. You don't really want to take somebody out of the lineup that's swinging the bat. If you want to use a guy out of the bullpen, you may not want to start him because then it's hard to get him in there and shuffle the defense around. So different schools of thought there.
Well, there's another issue that at Division III you get more than necessarily anywhere else, but you're limited in your practice time in Division III. And if you're a two-way guy, you've got to practice 2 positions. You need to get in your bullpens, and you got to get your time in the cages as well, and that's not easy to do. It really takes a special kind of player to balance that because your time is limited. Stilson checks his swing there, and the count goes to 3-1. Did he say he went around? Let's see. He did not.
Yeah, when you ask so late, I think your percentage of getting that call to swing goes down significantly, but never hurts to ask the first base umpire. I think he probably held up, but again, just always good to ask the question if the home plate guy will let you.
So a 3-1 pitch now to Stilson with 2 on and 2 away. And it's on the outside corner, full count 3-2.
So here we go. Once again, we can say Logan Tapman is just 1 pitch away. He's walked 2 in the inning. Given up a single. There was a caught stealing in there. That's why there's just runners on first and second right now.
Camphausen at second, Alonso at first, Stilson at the plate. Both runners will be in motion with the 3-2 pitch and 2 away. And a swing and a miss on the breaking ball, strike 3. And that ends the inning. So Case Western Reserve leaves 2 men on base. Tapman again getting a big out when he needs it, and we'll move to the bottom of the 3rd in a 1-run game. It's 2-1 Spartans. Jones, Madden, and Pokerock, 2, 3, and 4 in the Lynchburg order due up when we return. Another day, another tight ball game here. 2-1 the score as we move to the bottom of the 3rd. Jones, Madden, and Pokerock, 2, 3, 4 in the Lynchburg order due up. To face Archer Stankowski, who has kept his pitch count down so far. Despite issuing some walks, he's allowed a pair of hits, but has allowed just 1 run to cross and is currently on the winning side of things as he begins the bottom of the 3rd.
Yeah, Ben Jones took the first walk that Stankowski issued. Ben Jones now 46 on the season. That's the team lead. He wasn't in top 10 the NCAA in walks for a while, but I think he's dropped out of that. But Ben Jones is a guy that knows how to hit, knows how to get on base.
Here's the 0-1 offering. Up and out for a ball, 1-1. Well, Stankowski has shown at times this season the ability to settle in as games have gone on. The question is, can he get to a point in the game where he can settle in? Stankowski got the start earlier this season against Denison and struggled against them as that misses up and in, 2-1. And, you know, that was one of the big games on the Spartans' schedule, so he's certainly battle-tested and hopefully will fare a little bit better here today in a do-or-die game for the Spartans. 2-1 now. That one in the dirt, 3-1. It's a tough task for James Powers behind home plate. With Stankowski, a guy who's going to put the ball in the dirt a lot, and you've got to be in your best as a catcher for Stankowski. That one grounded over to short. Arterburn another chance. Throwing to first, a little low, but dug out nicely by Camphausen for the first out. Arterburn's had a nice game at short so far, and you got to be ready when you got a pitcher like Stankowski on the mound.
For sure, all ground ball outs, that trend continues. Got to be ready for the speed, the way Lynchburg gets down the line as a team. Another sneaky good play from Camphausen. I mean, I know that it's kind of a short hop. It's a pick that first basemen make, but I think he's so skilled over there as a big guy. He's got the skills of a 5'11" guy.
Yeah, it's what I say all the time. How he found his way to baseball, I'm not sure. I mean, trust me, I'm happy he did.
Yeah.
But that being said, he's a guy who with his size, you know, and athleticism could have played any number of sports well, probably.
No, I agree. It's not hard to imagine him coming down the baseline there at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse and dunking one over somebody, or like you said, being a tight end out there for the Cleveland Browns.
We'll take him on the Case Western Reserve football team as that's on the outside corner for a strike. 0-2 on Madden. Follow in the footsteps of former Spartan Andrew Rossman, who was a pitcher and ended up playing his fifth year at cornerback for the Spartans. Andrew does some color commentary for us now and runs the team's social media, so he might be in the ballpark. If not, I'll get the text from him in a second that he's listening. That one off the end of the bat, over to Stankowski, flip on to first, and Madden is retired, and 2 quick outs in the inning for Stankowski. He's now sat down 3 in a row.
Yeah, good inning for his confidence, too. You said he can get better as the game goes on. It looks like you're seeing that, getting a little bit more feel, figuring out what he can do against these Lynchburg pitchers or Lynchburg hitters, rather. And, yeah, you can see Stankowski's got good stuff. I mean, that's not in doubt. And, again, Lynchburg yet to get anything elevated. That's something they do as a team. Lynchburg, 153 extra base hits as a team, 4 fewer than the Spartans' offense, but still pretty good numbers as far as doubles, triples, and homers this year for Lynchburg.
1-0 to Pokerock, who so far today is an RBI ground out to third base. 0 for 1, swing and a miss there, and it's 1-1 on Pokerock. 2-1 the score. We're in the bottom of the third inning. Lynchburg, the home team for this game. The teams will switch. They'll stay in the same dugouts, but it'll be Case Western Reserve. Should the Spartans win, who'll be the home team in the second game. Outside corner for a strike with the fastball. It's 1-2.
Lynchburg comes in as the 3 seed in this Cleveland Regional. Case Western Reserve, the home team, the 1 seed. The 2, Ithaca has been eliminated. The 4 seed, Alvernia, has been eliminated. And
I'll tell you, I know Case Western Reserve is the only ranked team in the bracket. As that one misses down and out, I know records are a little all over the place, although now 3 30-win teams in the bracket, and the other one is Alvernia, which is at 29 wins. But this has been about as even a regional as I have ever seen, and, it's just 4 really good teams that were here. That one misses up and in. It's a full count on Pokerock, 3-2. But, really, typically there's a team that maybe, falls to the bottom. You could maybe say that was Ithaca this year, but, I mean, gosh, Ithaca was such a good team during the regular season, and I think maybe just had the wind taken out of them after that tough first game when you put your pitcher on the mound and throws a good game and can't get the win. Here, Stankowski gets the called third strike and a 1-2-3 inning for Archer on the mound. We'll move along to the fourth. It's 2-1 Case Western Reserve. Carinci, Arterburn, and Andraco due up when we come back.
On the out-of-town scoreboard elsewhere.
Zach Carinci set to lead things off here with the Spartans on top 2-1. 8-9-1 in the order. Carinci, Arterburn, and Andraco.
Designated hitter.
Carinci drew a walk, scored a run for the Spartans back in the second inning. And he's starting to heat up a little bit after collecting 2 hits, including his 200th against Alvernia after a real slow start to the tournament. All of a sudden now Carinci's trying to turn things on a bit at the plate.
Had a good connection. A guy I mentioned to yesterday, Lynchburg's former All-American Grayson Thurman, who's playing in high A ball with the Toronto Blue Jays organization, a former teammate of Zach Carinci in the Northwoods League, Summer Wood Bat League. So there you go, the game of baseball. There's so many connections despite the distance between these two schools.
Well, and especially the hitters now play year-round, and there's only so many of those leagues.
Yeah.
And so, you know, they all kind of find themselves competing in that same spot.
Yeah, there's probably more of those connections that we just don't know about, but still pretty neat.
0-2 on Carinci. Tapman rocks and delivers. And that one, chopper over to second. Fielded by Jones, his throw to first in time, and Carinci's retired, so 1 gone here. Second straight inning that Tapman has retired the leadoff hitter, and there'll be 1 gone for Nate Arterburn. Arterburn 0 for 1, a ground out to third base, and is for actually had the sacrifice bunt. He's yet to record an at-bat in this game.
Yeah, it was the 1-out sacrifice, but kind of that two-way concept. If it's a perfect bunt, you get on. If it's less than perfect, still move your runners up for the leadoff man. This would be a big out right here for Logan Tapman. He has missed the zone first pitch, but yeah, you'd love to have the bases clear when the top of the lineup returns there with Andraco lurking on deck.
The 1-0. And a fastball for a called strike. And again, I got to imagine the scouting report right now on Arterburn is that you have to attack the strike zone against him. Make him try to reach base on you, especially with the bases empty here.
That's right. Stick to that process. Stick to the game plan. If he squeezes through a base hit, you can live with that. You want to make sure you're executing your game plan to the best of your ability. Of course, everybody's human. We're all entitled to make some mistakes, but in postseason baseball, in a game 6 of a regional, sometimes mistakes come back to haunt you. Mistakes get punished at this level.
1-2 offering to Arterburn. Outside, 2-2. Tapman's now up to 81 pitches. And again, there's no warming in the bullpen at the moment, but I got to imagine he's, you know, again, he'll go as long as he's effective, but not a pitcher who is thrown a lot of pitches in most of his games. That went into right field, diving attempt, and the catch is made. What a play in right field by Quinn Madden to take what would have been an extra base hit away from Arterburn.
Quinn Madden has done that a few times now in the postseason. Little no-fly zone out there in right field. Quinn Madden's the 3-hole hitter for Lynchburg, but he really is an outstanding defender. Moves well, anticipation, and then You can even see him take flight there at the end of it.
And a risky play, because if that one gets past you, chances are Arterburn is standing at third with one out. But, if you know you could get to that one, clearly Madden knew he had a good beat on it. He makes a great play there.
No, you're right, and it's not like a ball in the gap as Tapman misses just outside. Ball in the gap, you've got the center fielder coming to back you up. So that's a little bit more risk-free as far as a dive goes. Down that line, you got to be really sure. And in the end, Quinn Madden was sure.
That one low to Andraco. I believe the count even at 1-1, maybe. I'm looking over here. 1-1 the count. There we go.
Oh, I thought he missed with the first one.
2-0, excuse me. It is 2-0 on Logan Andraco, who has a pair of hits today, including the difference maker, a 2-run single with 2 outs his last time up. Takes a called strike there. It's now 2-1. Well, good to see Andraco breaking out here after a slow start to the tournament. It's a real positive sign for the Spartans to get their catalyst going. Cranks that one foul. It's 2-2.
Yeah, and that's a common thing in sports and as far as postseason playoff competition goes. Sometimes you'll say, hey, if so-and-so, if fill-in-the-blank doesn't perform well, then we're not going to have a chance. And Andraco might be one of those guys to where, as a leadoff hitter, you really need that kind of guy to come alive if you want postseason success.
Swung on chopper, first base side. Over to get is the second baseman Jones. Flips with the glove and gets the out. A little bit of a risky play there for Jones, but he pulls it off. And we'll move along into the bottom of the fourth. It'll be Hyatt, Collins, and Munitz coming up for Lynchburg. 2-1 Spartans leading when we come back.
Eric Hyatt.
2-1 the score. Case Western Reserve leading Lynchburg. As we move into the bottom of the fourth, Archer Stankowski has looked sharp, especially over the last inning or so. Trying to keep it going here against a tough Lynchburg lineup. He'll face the 5, 6, and 7 hitters to begin the fourth inning, with Hyatt leading off the frame, hitting at .296 on the year, 0 for 1 in the game, and that one barely misses for a ball, 1-0.
Hyatt, a .374 hitter last year, John, and in the postseason, he was a hero out there in the 6 games in Cedar Rapids, Iowa for the national championship. He had 10 RBI. That was the team lead out there in Cedar Rapids. The numbers have taken a little hit this year. I don't know, it'd be a junior slump, I guess, for Eric Hyatt, but still quality, still in the middle of this lineup for a reason.
2-0 pitch now. That one misses up high, 3-0. And so Stankowski with a 3-0 count. See if Hyatt's taking all the way here. .3-0 pitch. Fastball low, ball 4, and a 4-pitch walk to start the inning off.
And for Hyatt, that was an easy take on that pitch, but that's a big part of his game now. Now it's 36 walks on the season to just 20 strikeouts. He works a lot of long at-bats. He's never afraid to hit with 2 strikes, so he gets some walks that way. That one, again, was on the easier side, but Lynchburg at this point happy to have the tying run on in the bottom of the fourth.
So runner on now for the third baseman, Gavin Collins, and that's the 5th straight pitch out of the strike zone to start the inning for Stankowski.
So that's a point of awareness for Gavin Collins, who is very aggressive. Unlike Eric Hyatt at first, Collins is ultra aggressive, but do you dial that back after 5 straight balls?
Throw down to first, not in time.
Gavin Collins, by the way, 195 career hits. So he's closing in on that 200 hit mark, like the guys from the Spartans offense.
He's at 49 hits for the season and takes a called strike there, so looking for his 50th hit of the year here. Spartans have turned 1 double play already today, and with Stankowski on the mound, who induces those ground balls, that's certainly a threat here. Here's the 1-1 pitch. And that one called a strike on the lower portion of the zone. It's now 1-2.
Yeah, bottom rail fastball. That's one if you're Stankowski. If you could just repeat that over and over, your earned run average would probably be about 1.75 every season if you could just put a 90-mile-an-hour fastball right there at the bottom of the zone every pitch.
Well, it's something the Spartans have spoken about extensively this year and one of the goals of their pitching staff. And it kind of shifted, in the early, probably after the first third of the season, where the staff really wanted to focus on keeping the ball down. And that's usually a good formula. Don't worry so much about velocity, worry about location, and worry about making sure that location is down in the strike zone, and you'll induce ground balls, weak contact, and that's when this staff has been at the best. That's certainly been the case this year for them.
Yeah, there's something to be said for changing levels, changing heights in the strike zone, but if you can keep it low, that's always going to play. Here we go.
2-2 is lined into left center field for a base hit. Stopping at second is Hyatt, but good piece of 2-strike hitting there for Collins, and there'll be 2 on with nobody out.
Yeah, and that's really one of the first balls Lynchburg's gotten elevated. Elevated should be in air quotes there because it just barely snuck over the shortstop's head. But, again, Stankowski has gotten so many ground balls. Even Lynchburg's hits have been on the ground. So good piece of hitting from Gavin Collins. Lynchburg with a threat here. Case Western Reserve realizing that. They'll take a mound visit to take some air out of the attack and talk to Stankowski a little bit here and see how he's feeling.
Looks like Jackson Brewer in the bullpen has gotten up and beginning to loosen. So far, some stretching out there for Brewer, who we saw pitch in the first game of the tournament, went 3 innings. He threw a total of 41 pitches, so it would be short rest for him, but a guy who can certainly go deep, and the Spartans will, looks like he'll be the next man up for them at some point today. In the meantime, a little bit of a breather here on a hot day in Cleveland. Mentioned it earlier on, but the Spartans maybe not necessarily used to playing in this kind of heat, and it might be a little bit of a difference for them, whereas I would imagine this is more the normal temperature that Lynchburg has dealt with this year. Yeah,
we had an odd little stretch in the spring where we actually got in the upper 80s for a week there. Then it's cooled off and been a little bit more, what you'd say, seasonable, I guess. But I think that's one back to the broadcasters. Sometimes we're so old and broken down, the heat bothers us. I think with the young guys out there, they don't care. Now, with that being said, if you do end up playing 2 games today, that could be a factor, especially if you're a guy that catches 2 games or you're a pitcher out there working hard. So you're not totally wrong. I don't totally disagree. But I think right now everybody's okay. I mean, as long as you're hydrated,
that's
I guess,
true.
Right?
Just keep drinking the water.
Yeah.
Well, we saw that yesterday. I think it was the Alvernia catcher who cramped early in that game. And they brought some water out to them, let him loosen up. But 0-2, or pardon me, it's the first pitch of the bat here to Munitz, a .359 hitter. Dangerous hitter despite hitting in the 7th spot in the order.
I want to make a point after this. Spartans are expecting bunt here from Munitz.
And it is a square to bunt. And the Spartans will look the runner back. Powers, as this might be a play on here, the tag is applied and out.
I think Gavin Collins at first thought Munitz either bunted that ball or thought it was a foul ball. He was just wandering in the middle of the bases. Now, I guess the other thing that could have happened is was there a play on?
I wonder if there was a play on there.
Steal? Yeah.
I wonder if it was maybe a broken play there, and where he got caught up was what you're supposed to do as a runner and get into that rundown.
Yeah, and maybe hoping Hyatt could advance to third in the process.
But Hyatt, and again, tough situation on a play like that is a swing and a miss by Munitz, and it's a strike there. But Hyatt, I think, caught up and just didn't draw enough attention to himself to make that a play. And Powers did the right thing, walking out into the middle of the field, getting the runner basically into a position where the only play was going to be an out.
Yeah, that was really smart by Powers there. Shorten the distance of whatever throw you're going to have to make. Good classic catching play there, and good rundown fundamentals. A big blow there for Lynchburg. Again, we don't know who to put the blame on, but God, it feels like somebody missed a sign somewhere. One of the three, I guess.
1-2 now the count on Munit to the plate with a runner at second and one away. And that one, chopper down the first base side foul, and the count stays at 1-2.
And I will tell you again about Lynchburg's sign. They use that spreadsheet numbering system. Everybody wears a wristband or they have it on the belt, back pocket. Third base coach calls out a number sequence. You look down, find the corresponding play. You've got your dummy calls in there where you don't do anything. But much like traditional signs, those can still get missed as well.
Misses outside, it's 2-2. You really don't see as many coaches now at third base anymore doing the traditional swipe, tap their head, rub the belt, pat the shoulder. That's less and less now, especially at the collegiate level.
I know, which is sad because I love that classic old school style.
3-2, full count, and again, a laborious inning here for Stankowski, who's only out so far, has come on the pick off at first.
Yeah, it's a big pitch, and again, just record that phrase and play it over and over throughout the day.
Pickoff attempted second, not in time.
Because they're all they all have the potential to be a really big pitch, especially when you know the ball can leave the ballpark, you know doubles happen, you know exciting plays happen. Really, as a pitcher, you almost have to assume every pitch is a big pitch, and sometimes that can be stressful.
Swung on, grounded foul. We'll get another payoff pitch here.
And then the other, I guess, viewpoint you can take, Schwartzy, is that maybe you should assume it's just another pitch. Maybe you should assume it's just another game. There is some value in trying to play pressure-free and loose like that. I think Lynchburg is pretty good at that, about treating it like just another day at the ballpark.
Here comes another 3-2. Ground ball towards the right side. That'll get through for a base hit. Picked up in right by Harms. He's got a good arm. Here comes the throw to the plate. Not in time. It's a game-tying RBI single for Munitz, and we're all even, 2 runs apiece.
Good piece of hitting there. Fouled off a couple. Munitz's quality, first-year man, average leader on the team. Lynchburg would love to still not have what happened on the bases, but at least you tie the ball game up. I thought Eric Hyatt got a pretty good break on that. He's not the fastest guy on the team. Sorry, Eric Hyatt fans, but really ran the bases well, got a good turn at third base, and despite that strong arm in right field from Harms, Eric Hyatt slides in safely, and the threat is still on here with Eddie Gimbel, who's 1 for 1.
So Gimbel steps to the plate now, hitting a .241 on the year. Munitz at first. Stankowski trying to get through the inning, just 1 out right now as he comes with the off-speed pitch that misses off that outside corner, and it's 1-0.
That's a pitch I think you can live with if you're the Case Western Reserve coaching staff and the pitcher Stankowski. I mean, very close, very competitive. Just a good hold from Gimbel.
Fastball foul back, 1-1. Gimbel attacking the 1-0 pitch, and I'm guessing by the sound that took out a window in one of the dorms nearby. It's second of the weekend.
Yeah, I assume those windows were all reinforced up there, and it was like plexiglass, an NBA backboard situation. But
not reinforced enough.
Right.
So 1-1 after the foul ball. That one bunted down the third baseline, but we'll tell foul.
Wow.
Stankowski tripped coming off the mound. He seems to be okay.
Yeah, maybe more embarrassment out of anything else. Of course, in hindsight, if you're Gimbel, if you keep it fair, it's probably now a base hit because of the way he stumbled out there. But certainly keeping the defense on their toes. Yeah. I like that about Eddie Gimbel.
It's one of the things with turf that you get. That ball will roll foul a little bit easier, a bit tougher to hug it, especially compared to grass infield. You know, sometimes you get those dirt lines, you get those weird little bounces or divots in. But ball will roll a little bit more true here on turf. Pickoff attempt at first, awfully close.
Yeah, Munitz was leaning there. It's a good move from Stankowski. Interestingly enough, John, in the South, a lot of times we'll get grass base paths. There won't be a dirt running lane just because you can get the grass to be so firm and so tight, especially if you're in a place where the Bermuda grass will grow. And surprisingly enough, those lines down the first and third line don't get that worn out. It's just a pretty cool thing about some of the fields down there. Not everybody. A lot of Fox Field, where Lynchburg plays, has the dirt base lines.
Swing and a miss, strike three. Big strike out there for Stankowski for the second out of the inning. Unit stays at first, and that'll bring up O'Kelly McWilliams the fourth with 2 away and a runner on. McWilliams walked back in the second inning.
Confidence builder for Stankowski, wasn't it? He'd actually allowed 3 straight base runners to reach. There was the base running mishap for Lynchburg in there, but for Archer Stankowski, I think that'll stabilize his mental state out there a little bit, and he's doing a good job keeping an eye on Joe Munitz, keeping him busy over there, and almost picked him off one time.
Stankowski now up to 67 pitches in the game. Pitch count shouldn't be an issue for him. He's a guy who could throw 120 in a game. Tall, strong right-hander gets set to deliver the first pitch to McWilliams. The runner goes. Throw goes down to second, and it's in plenty of time to get Munitz for the out. 2-4 on the caught stealing, and that ends the inning. So some suspect base running in the inning for Lynchburg, and that helps out Stankowski, who does allow the 1 run, but keeps it to that. We're tied as we move to the 5th. 2, 3, and 4 in the Spartans' order. Anderson, Powers, and Harms due up when we come back.
Fielder number 5, Jack Anderson.
Logan Tapman begins his 5th inning. He's really done a good job limiting the damage so far. Left 5 men stranded, and it's sat down now 4 straight after a 1, 2, 3, 4th inning. He'll face the 2, 3, and 4 hitters here for the Spartans, Anderson, Powers, and Harms. Anderson 1 for 2 in the game with a base hit, hitting at .402 on the season to lead all Case Western Reserve players. First pitch on the way to Anderson. A breaking ball, nice on the inside corner. Froze Anderson as the count goes to 1-0.
Good start.
0-1, excuse me.
Yeah, good start for Tapman. Key inning right here. If you can get through the heart of the order, yes, the entire body, the entire order is good for the Spartans. But if you can get through the heart here and get out of the inning, if you're Tapman, be really huge. We know the pitch count's getting up. He might be coming to the end of his time on the bump. So maybe the concept here is empty the tank if you're Logan Tapman. Just go all out, and we'll use the bullpen to get through innings 6, 7, 8, and 9.
0-2. Here's the pitch in the dirt, 1-2.
And then, of course, if you have a 1, 2, 3 inning, don't throw a lot of pitches, maybe Tapman could appear again to start another inning. But I'm thinking that's what Lynchburg's going with right now. I don't think they'll let Logan Tapman go through the order a 4th time. This is 3rd trip through the lineup for this sophomore from Berlin, Maryland, the eastern part of the state of Maryland, Ocean City area.
Count evens now 2-2. 91 pitches here for Tapman on the day. 55 of those have been strikes. Again, much like Matfield did yesterday, he's walked the tightrope well in his start against the Spartans. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball stays just up high. It's 3-2.
Good pitch from Tapman. Again, I think all indications are that he feels good. He's strong. I think he's getting what he wants out there. You have to be almost perfect with this Spartan lineup. You really do.
So full count, 3-2, nobody out. First batter of the 5th inning, Jack Anderson. And he takes that one down and in, ball 4. Anderson, who was sort of running to first base right about when that ball crossed the strike zone, might have sold that one a little bit as well, as that was an awfully close breaking ball, but I do think might have been a shade down and in.
Yeah, and it's tough because, you know, from a Lynchburg perspective, you're probably thinking, well, the previous breaking ball was north of the zone and our catcher's mitt was around mask height. This ball goes under the zone and our catcher's glove is around the hitter's knee height. So how do we throw a breaking ball for a strike? Again, the zones I think have been outstanding, probably in general just a little bit tighter than Lynchburg's used to in the regular season. Looks like we're going to see a move here because this is the head coach, Travis Beasley, out to the mound. So you're going to get to greet a new guy there, Schwartzy.
It's going to be Riney, I'm guessing, to face the 2 lefties.
Yep, it looks like Austin Riney again, who threw 3 pitches yesterday against Case Western Reserve. It was really good work for Austin Riney, a little 1-batter situation, and then I think, as you just alluded to, probably a 2-batter situation here for Austin Riney, but subject to change potentially if Lynchburg wants to let him go a little longer.
So Riney will be the new pitcher. We'll take a quick break here, be back with you in just a minute. It's a tie ball game, 2-2, nobody out in the 5th.
Now pitching for
do it. Case Western Reserve and Lynchburg all even on Championship Sunday. The Hornets need to win just 1 game. The Spartans will need to win here and then win a second one later to advance. And Lynchburg, the first to go to the bullpen here, as they will turn to Austin Riney, the sophomore lefty, 5'9", 180 pounds. He's making his second appearance of the postseason after pitching to 1 batter yesterday. He got Nick Harms to strike out and then left the game. Today he'll have the back-to-back lefties, Powers and then Harms, and then we'll see from there what the move is for Lynchburg, if he stays in or if he's just in to face the 2 left-handed hitters.
Yeah, it might depend on how those first 2 go, might depend on how Riney feels. I mentioned 3 pitches yesterday. Did he really even get in there? But I think any pitcher would tell you, you do tax yourself a bit in the bullpen getting loose. So we'll see how long Riney is on for. He's a great story, though. Only got 3 appearances last year. He's really made himself into a competitive force, good athletic delivery, life on the fastball, and he's got a good breaking pitch as well.
22nd appearance for Riney, and that one chopped over to second base and bobbled, and everyone's going to be safe. That'll go as a fielder's choice and an error by the shortstop. Second error of the game for Lynchburg.
right fielder, number 26.
A tough one there for Brandon Garcia. Runner going on the pitch, Jack Anderson. If he's not running, that might be a double play there, but he is going. And Brandon Garcia has to change plans, and then a slight bobble out there. He's feeling that. Brandon Garcia is the kind of guy who holds himself to a very high standard. And for Riney, that's a result you can live with. Jack Powers is on, and now there's 2 on for the Spartans offense in a tie ball game.
Anderson at second, Powers at first. Harms the hitter. He's walked twice today, facing the lefty for the first time, and he swings and hits that pitch in the air, right field. Over to get it is Madden, and he'll make the catch for the out. Tagging and moving up to third on the play is Anderson. And Harms, who took one of his better swings of the weekend, advances the runner, so there'll be men on the corners now with one away.
Baseman, number
Yeah, really
34.
good approach right there from Harms. Good catch from Quinn Madden. How about Austin Ryan? He got one batter out with 3 pitches yesterday. Now he's faced 2 batters with just 2 pitches. I mean, he's thrown 5 pitches on the mound here in Cleveland, and he will be staying in, it looks like, to face the big man Camphausen. Yeah, don't see anybody emerging from the Lynchburg dugout, so they want Riney to try to at least get out of this inning. He looks solid so far. Spartans offense trying to ambush him, though, swinging at the first pitch twice.
Camphausen's been good against everybody this year. He's hitting 400 against lefties, 400 against righties, and takes the first pitch. Great backdoor slider for a strike. It's 0-1.
Yeah, Riney looks solid. Seeing some of that elastic defense there for Lynchburg. They had Jones way up the middle. Then he bounced over on the pitch. Remember, Camphausen went the other way, hit sort of a sharp ground ball through the right side of the infield.
That one, a big swing and a miss. Camphausen was looking for the breaking ball again outside, but didn't get as good of a pitch to hit and went swinging over the top of it for strike 2, so it's 0-2 on Dane.
As we see more from Austin Riney, I'm thinking he's wired in. He looks really good right now.
0-2 the count. See if he stays outside or tries to jam him in. Pickoff attempt at first, not in time. Yeah, I don't know if you're Riney here, if you keep trying to work that breaking ball off the outside corner, maybe you throw one more there and then try to get a ball underneath the hands of Camphausen.
Yeah, he got some options there. Maybe fastball outside setup right there. Yeah, it was well out of the strike zone. But nice to change the velocity, give Camphausen a different look. I would assume coming back with the breaking ball down and in now.
And if you look where Pokerock set up on that play, he was way outside. That's exactly where they wanted it. I got to imagine now you're going to try to pick that outside corner off again.
Looks like it.
Here comes, nope, throw down to first instead.
Yeah, but we could tell you've been watching a lot of baseball, Schwartzy.
Hey,
you know how this thing works. Well, and I mean, again, it's back to some things that work in this game have worked for a really, really long time. So you don't have to be a rocket scientist necessarily, but you do have to execute the game plan.
The chess match is always fun when you get to this point, too. Is that one in the dirt? I think that was Riney trying to come back with that lower pitch. So rather than try to get him swinging at something outside, he tried to get him to swing at something below the strike zone like he got Camphausen doing on the 0-1 pitch of this at-bat. Now it's 2-2, and we'll see what Riney comes with here. Everything has been outside against Camphausen, and he can be dangerous if he gets a hold of an outside pitch. That one swung on, and that time underneath his hands. Pokerock moved back in against Camphausen, and I think wisely so there.
Yeah, and you're describing the chess match perfectly. I think that was a good sequence there from Austin Riney. Pitch before probably just started a little bit lower than he wanted. If you start that ball 5-6 inches higher, you might get Camphausen to swing on that breaking ball down. But, hey, the tall guy, he's got those long arms too, so you think, oh, he can't reach that ball down. Actually, he can get to pretty much any pitch.
Outside again, full count 3-2. We'll see if Powers, who is a good base runner, is in motion here. He's stolen 13 bases on 14 tries this year.
Yeah, got to be careful with the left-hander.
3-2, full count, 1 out, runners on the corners for the Spartans in a 2-2 game. Riney throwing over, and probably as much there just to get a read on what the Spartans might be doing. But no hints there from Powers at first. Good speed on the base paths for the Spartans. Camphausen with a 3-2 pitch coming from Riney. Runner goes, the pitch swung on, lifted softly over to short, could be 2 with Powers going, throw back to first, not in time. So it's a soft line out for Camphausen. Powers lucky to get back there. And now the burden will shift to Franco Alonso, who's been on base twice so far today. A single and a run scored in a second, a walk in the third.
Probably A- stuff at least for Austin Riney in the at-bat there against Camphausen. He did end up going inside like you talked about, jammed him. Brandon Garcia, good play. Nice job by Eric Hyatt to snag that ball because, again, with the runner on third, you can't get too crazy trying to double the man off at first base. And Powers was running there as well, Schwartzy, so let's see if he takes off again at some point in this at-bat.
First pitch to Alonso. There's that backdoor breaking ball again, 0-1.
Yeah, I think Riney looks really, really good right now. I think he's loving his stuff. I think the coaches are calling a good game plan now onto the Spartan offense to try to take him away and do something about it.
That one outside, 1-1.
Alonzo's a guy that can do that as well. I mean, he's one of those guys with the great hands, and I love those guys because they don't have to have perfect timing every time. He can just throw the hands out there and still hit it fairly hard.
Here's the 1-1 pitch, throw down to first instead. You know, I think a little bit of a dangerous situation here if you're Riney. I almost think you have to come inside here or miss completely outside. But I think 1-1, you've got to try to get a fastball inside against Alonzo here just to keep him off balance. I got to imagine if you're Alonzo in this situation, you're sitting that outside breaking ball. And there it is, and it just misses outside.
I mean, you got to think the two he's missed have been very, very close. Good hold by Alonzo. To your point, yeah, I mean, at some point you have to change up the location east to west, don't you? You just can't let Alonzo sit on that. And the Spartans have shown they will go the other way. They'll go up the middle and hit that.
I think especially with the Case Western Reserve game plan, you can't live too much on that outside corner. There's that inside fastball that jams him in the infield. Shortstop there, and Garcia makes the catch to end the Spartan threat here in the fifth. So Case Western Reserve gets 2 on with nobody out, but unable to cash in the run. And we'll move along into the bottom of the fifth. 2-2 the score. It'll be 9-1-2 for Lynchburg. McWilliams, Garcia, and Jones when we come back. We'll move to the bottom of the fifth. It's a 2-2 game and an elimination game for the Spartans. Again, Lynchburg with the upper hand, moving through the winner's bracket to reach championship Sunday. And it has been a tight one here today. 2-2 as we move into the fifth. John Schwartz, Kyle Haney here, bringing you play-by-play for today's game or games. It'll be O'Kelly McWilliams to lead things off here. And, you know, Kyle, I got to imagine when you bat McWilliams ninth in the order, this is a good situation where you get him all of a sudden the speed guy leading off an inning. And, you know, you kind of think this could be a chance for a big inning here.
Yeah, as a coach, you're in there patting yourself on the back saying, yeah, this is why we put him there. This is what we wanted, even though a lot of times it's completely out of your control. But, yeah, good setup here for Lynchburg. Hey, Lynchburg 32-15 on the year. Case Western Reserve 33-10. Here's a bunt attempt from McWilliams that will drift foul. We saw that with Eddie Gimbel trying to base hit bunt in the last inning. Stankowski still on the mound. He's had good stuff. It's not quite the pitcher's duel that we've had in some earlier games, but it's pretty darn close here in a 2-2 ball game.
Yep, this has been a really good one, and we've had a couple really good games here so far this weekend. Regionals are always fun, and as I said earlier, about as close competitive a region as you'll see. I mean, we had 4 good teams here. 0-1 pitch now from Stankowski, and that one at the knees for a called strike. 0-2.
And 5 really good games up to this point. I mean, you got to think. I think the biggest score margin was 6. Alvernia beat Ithaca 10-4. Everything else closer than that. Everything else has felt close all the way to the end.
Chopped foul. 0-2 still on McWilliams. Yeah, I agree. I think that was the one game, and really I think Ithaca you know, with the game against Lynchburg to start the tournament where they got a great start but just, you know, fell a little bit short in the late innings. And I think that game sort of stole their soul a little bit and just didn't come back with the same gusto the next day.
Great way to phrase it. It can be tough to bounce back from that.
Breaking ball swung on, dropped down the third baseline from foul territory. Long throw by Stilson, and that will go out of play, and moving up to second base is McWilliams. It'll be an infield hit and an error.
Speed really helps there. If Stilson's got more time, he might be able to set the feet a little bit, take a shuffle, and even if he doesn't get the runner, the throw will be more in catching range for Camphausen, so you keep the runner at first. I think McWilliams' speed, Stilson knew he had to hurry, just kind of ejected that one, and it was well wide. The fact that it went out of play is probably insignificant because McWilliams was going to get to second anyway. You could argue it might be a break because with McWilliams' speed, he might have turned second and tried for third on a long throw.
It's a dangerous situation here for Stankowski. Riney worked around the error in the top of the inning. See what Stankowski can do here as that pitch on the bunt attempt by Garcia popped up foul and out of play, 0-1.
So you got some great options here if you're Lynchburg. You saw one there, Brandon Garcia with maybe a two-way bunt. Bad bunt becomes a sacrifice. Good bunt becomes a base hit. Could get that third baseman moving around. That lets O'Kelly McWilliams maybe have a little bit more free rein to try to steal third.
0-1 the count now. Runner at second, nobody out. Squaring the bunt again is Garcia. This time gets it down again, but foul. And now it's 0-2, and I imagine here Garcia with his credentials not going to be looking to bunt the runner over here 0-2, but you never know.
Yeah, probably not. I think Coach Oscar Garcia, assistant coach, third base coach, I think he's sensing the frustration from Brandon Garcia. There's no relation between those two, by the way. But I will tell you, Oscar Garcia's brother, Gabe Garcia, is an assistant coach for Lynchburg. Now, if you're sufficiently confused, let me move back to my point. Like the coaching there, he sees that Brandon's frustrated. Let me settle my guy down a little bit and tell him, hey, bunt's off. You're swinging away right now. But I mentioned it once. I mean, Brandon Garcia is a guy, he holds himself to a high standard. He can be hard on himself when he doesn't execute. Got to flush that out of the system, stay positive, try to get something to put in play.
0-2 coming from Stankowski. Big pitch upcoming here. See if he can cash in. And Garcia squaring the bunt again, takes it down low, and it's ball 1-2.
Well, I was wrong there. I thought the bunt would be off. I think you said it as well, but looks like they still value getting O'Kelly McWilliams to third with a sacrifice bunt. How about that?
So
again, tells you how close these teams think this game is going to be.
Now Garcia pulls it back again, and he'll swing here and take the pitch instead. Was intending to swing at least, but takes it outside for a ball, 2-2.
Well, this is getting fun now. This is game within the game right here. And if you're Stankowski, just keep trying to make good pitches.
Pulls back the bunt again and slaps it fouls. Count stays at 2-2.
Yeah, now it's a 5-pitch at bat that's featured a little bit of everything. Yeah, if you're Stankowski, don't get blown away by the window dressing there with him showing bunt, pulling it back. Just hit your target. Lock in on the catcher's mitt or whatever you're aiming at for that pitch and try to stay really focused.
Well, I think if he's going to show bunt and you're Stankowski here, is he'll step off the mound, and that's probably as much to read the batter as it is to chase the runner back.
Yeah.
But I think if you're Stankowski, now's that time to pull out that fastball in the upper portion of the strike zone, because if Garcia is going to pull back a bunt, he's going to have a harder time catching up to that. And there it is, swing and a miss, strike 3.
Called another one there. He did go up and away that time. Don't know if it was by design or not, but it got Brandon Garcia swinging. Second time he struck out today. Lynchburg has gone down via the K 4 times. Ben Jones 0 for 1.
I liken that situation a little bit to when you get the batter at the plate with a runner at third. You get your power hitter at the plate with nobody out, and they get to just swing away and try to send one deep enough to drive the runner in. That's sort of the pitcher equivalent there if you're Stankowski. You get to just air it out there. First pitch to Jones, fastball lower inside corner for a called strike, 0-1.
Good start from Stankowski. This is nice. You know, you think about between batters 6 through 9 for Lynchburg, they actually got 3 base hits in there. The inning ended on a caught stealing, or there was a caught stealing and a strikeout in the mix there. But this is quality from Stankowski to bounce back.
The 0-1, well outside. He is really letting it air out right now. He just It seems to be a little looser with the arm at the moment.
Maybe he's in that empty the tank mode. Maybe the coaching staff has told him, hey, this is your last inning. We're going to hand it to the bullpen, so let's let it all hang out right here.
1-1 the count. Runner at second with one away. The pitch to Jones. That one down the line, but foul, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, Eric Hyatt walked to start last inning. Gavin Collins single. Joe Munitz single. There was that base running mishap. Eddie Gimbel struck out. Then Joe Munitz was thrown out stealing. But then O'Kelly McWilliams starts this inning with a single. So it was 3 out of 4 batters that got clean base hits. Lynchburg still yet to get anything elevated, though.
Big pitch upcoming here for Stankowski. He got 1 strikeout with the runner at second and nobody out. Now with 1 out, ahead in the count, 1-2 on Jones. High fastball taken, and it's 2-2.
Jones is a guy that can get the ball elevated and leave the ballpark. Last year, started calling him Benny Bombs. 9 home runs, 13 doubles, 3 triples, 25 extra base hits total. And that was in about 2/3 of a season of work. Ben Jones didn't come on until about mid-March last year.
2-2 offering. And that one just off the outside corner, full count, 3-2.
If you're Stankowski, I mean, I think you love that pitch. You didn't get the call, but I think you know you're not going to get hurt right there. How Ben Jones doesn't swing probably speaks to his quality as a hitter. I
got to imagine that's a setup for another high fastball here, too. Change eye level a little bit.
Sure.
3-2, 1 out, runner at second. Pitch from Stankowski upcoming. And the fastball just below the knees, ball 4. And it'll be first and second with 1 away now. And that'll bring up the dangerous Quinn Madden. Madden 1 for 2 in the game with a single and a ground out.
Benny Bombs becomes Benny Bases again with his 47th walk of the season. The on-base percentage is near 500 despite hitting just 324, and that tells the story. A lot of walks and some hit by pitch in there for Ben Jones. 2 on for a great hitter. Quinn Madden standing in for Lynchburg.
I believe Jackson Brewer has gotten up in the bullpen as the breaking pitch, maybe a bit inside, brings the count to 1-0.
Another one from Stankowski, John, that's close. I mean, I think he's still got really good stuff. He's not missing by much. Good takes from Lynchburg, really.
They have been patient at the plate, and it's paid off. Each team with 2 runs on 5 hits so far. Is that one grounded over to second base? Alonso with it to second for 1. It's low, and it gets away. And that will allow the go-ahead runner to score. Moving up to third is McWilliams. To second is Jones. It's an unearned run. And that gives Lynchburg a 3-2 lead. Alonso, who has been so good at second base this season, a costly error there.
So much happening in one play. I mean, it's all happening right here. Another good pitch from Stankowski. Madden, I think, is trying to get that ball into the outfield, but sinking action. He beats it in the ground as second baseman. Alonso, if anything, did he try to hurry the first one to get the double play? Maybe. Phrase you always hear is 1 is a must, 2 is a plus. Make sure of the first one. Case Western Reserve did not do that right there, and it has cost them dearly.
And now the infield comes in with runners at second and third and 1 out, and a dangerous hitter in Sean Prokhorov at the plate. Prokhorov, excuse me. Prokhorov homered yesterday. Another big opportunity for him here. Lifts that in the air, down the line and right, coming over his Harms, and it will land harmlessly in foul territory. No pun intended. 0-1.
Yeah, good hustle from Harms. It's one that might be a blessing in disguise that he didn't get there, because if he catches it, he's going to be moving towards that fence line and probably not going to be able to gather and throw home to get Ben Jones, who would have been tagging. So a couple ways to look at that. It's an 0-1 start, though. And another way to look at it is Archer Stankowski, again, I think he's still throwing the ball outstanding.
Now the 0-1 from Stankowski. Gets the signs from Powers, his catcher. Here's the 0-1. Down and out. Good job by Powers to knock it down, and the count evens 1-1.
Yeah, tough one there. Your first instinct as a human being is to get out of the way of the baseball. Catchers have to learn to not do that. Look it right into the chest or even the mask occasionally. Good play by Powers.
It's the old throw the body in front of the baseball. Become more of a hockey goalie than you do a catcher at times. Misnomer in the position title. Pitch is low. Did he go around? He did. And it's 1-2. I thought a good call there. I thought he went.
Yeah, it seems like the field umpires just default to saying he did not go, but I'm with you. I think bat came around enough there from Poker Rock. He's got to hit with 2 strikes now. Got the infield drawn in, so you may not worry about the sac fly as much as if you're Pokey. Just get something in play. Try to use one of those holes that should be a little bit bigger with the infield drawn in.
Tendency here is to try to put one in the dirt, but dangerous with a runner at third. The fastball swung on and grounded through. It's a base hit for Poker Rock. 1 run in. Here comes the second run, and it's not in time. A 2 RBI single for Poker Rock, who deals another big blow here for Lynchburg. And all of a sudden, Lynchburg has increased its lead. It's now 5-2.
I mean, Sean Poker Rock is on an absolute heater. Pinch hit, 2-run home run yesterday. He had a ground out RBI in the first inning that gave Lynchburg an early 1-0 lead. 2 RBI here. So it's 5 runners driven in his last 4 at-bats, Schwartzy. And those are the things. And again, you look at his season stats, it does not jump off the page at you. He's hitting under 300, but Sean Poker Rock has a flair for punching the clock when his team needs him to go to work.
First pitch on the way, up high for a ball, 1-0.
Pokey was that guy that said, as long as we're loose and having fun, things are going to work out. Easy to say that, but Lynchburg is proving that, hey, if that's the way to do it, then you can make it work that way. 5-2, Lynchburg on top by 3.
Here's the 1-0 pitch coming. In the dirt, 2-0, and Stankowski now maybe getting towards the end of his day here.
Yeah, but how about another ground ball from Stankowski? I mean, he's pitched incredible. There are no fly ball outs. There's no pop-up outs. I don't think there's a line drive out. Everything has been on the ground. Stankowski, to me, is just pitching great.
That's down and in, 3-0.
And not to interrupt you, Schwartzy, that's how cruel this game is.
Yep.
I mean, Stankowski is doing everything you ask of him as a pitcher. He has walked 5. Okay, maybe that's the only thing that's keeping him out of A-plus range.
In danger of walking his 6th here is the 3-0 on the way, and it's a called strike at the knees to Hyatt, 3-1.
I still think even some of those walks, there's some 50-50 borderline pitches in there. I love this kid. Again, Spartan fans may not want to hear that with their team down 3, but you can't put a lot of this on Stankowski.
Well, 3 unearned runs across this inning. His defense hasn't helped him, and he's the kind of pitcher where the defense has to be at its best. And he walks the batter Hyatt here, and let's see, that may be it for him.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 10th he's faced in the inning, so yeah, it's probably time for a change.
So the Spartans will go to the bullpen here. We'll take a break. It's 5-2 Lynchburg when we return.
All right, baseball fans, Kyle Haney hanging out with you as John Schwartz, a man who wears so many hats, we don't even have time to name them all, but he's out taking care of some business, and Schwartzy will be back. We'll update some changes for you here in a 5-2 ball game. Lynchburg has taken the lead. They have sent 10 to the plate in this inning already, and there is just one out. It has been, they have not sent 10 to the plate. Lynchburg, this will be batter number 7 coming up right now. This will be 7th hitter of the inning. So I got that wrong. Lynchburg has 2 hits in the inning, 2 walks, and there was a couple errors for Case Western Reserve that have burned them. New pitcher in the mound will be Jackson Brewer. Jackson Brewer pitched on day 1 in the Spartans' 7-4 victory over Alvernia University. Jackson Brewer threw 3 innings in that game, gave up 2 hits, 1 earned run. He only threw 41 pitches, so he should be in pretty good shape to go here after a day's rest in a competitive ball game. Still very much a ball game as Jackson Brewer is in. Yeah, we do have a pinch runner in for Lynchburg. Josh Jorman will go in for Eric Hyatt. Expect Jorman to stay in and play first base. We've seen that move quite a bit this season. So that's your 2 changes. Brewer on the mound for the Spartans and Jorman running. It's a big inning so far, John, and if you're Case Western, you want to try to end the inning as quickly as possible. You're hoping Brewer can do that for you, and you can get back there and swing the bats because it's still just a 3-run ball game right now. Lynchburg is not counting any chickens this early in the game for sure.
And for some reason, this game feels like it's in the bottom of the 8th already. It's only the 5th inning here. So certainly plenty of time left in this one. What you don't want to do if you're Case Western Reserve, you can't let this game get away from you this inning. That's the big difference right now.
I think a 3-run inning, if you're the Spartans, you feel like you can survive that. You give up a 5, 6, 7-run inning, that becomes tougher. And the runs are one part of that, but then just your confidence takes such a blow there as well.
Yeah. So we'll see. There's 1 out, 2 on. Batter at the plate. First one to face Jackson Brewer will be Gavin Collins. Brewer comes set, his first pitch on the way, and it's down and out for a ball, 1-0.
4 straight have reached for Lynchburg. There was the key Sean Pokerock 2 RBI single. Oh, that was a good piece of 2-strike hitting. We've seen that a lot from the Spartans today. Pokerock taking a page out of that book to drive a couple in.
Brewer has been one of the more reliable arms out of the bullpen for the Spartans this season, and here needs to keep things in check. That one bunted back to Brewer on the mound. He'll go to third and gets the lead runner. Boy, I thought he was just going to turn around and throw it to first, but a good job by Brewer to maintain his composure, and a good job by Stilson to do what you're supposed to in that situation. That's almost turned into a first baseman. Just put the back foot on the bag, stretched out, and pulled that in.
Yeah, good play. A little unorthodox, for Lynchburg. Did not have Gavin Collins bunting right there with 2 on and 1 in scoring position. Spartans get the lead runner. Some value in that. Still got 2 on and 1 in scoring position, but 2 outs now.
So now it'll be up to Munitz at the plate, who takes that one well up and out, 1-0. Joe Munitz on the year, a .363 hitter coming into play today. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI single and a ground ball double play in his 2 trips to the plate so far. It's 5-2 Lynchburg with the lead. The Hornets with 3 runs across this inning to take their 3-run lead. A little inside there from Brewer, and it's 2-0.
Yeah, while you were gone, I mentioned what Brewer did on day 1 in this tournament. Some really good stuff there. And at 41 pitches on Friday, I think you feel pretty good about his arm health. Yeah, you're going to ask him how he feels when he's warming up, but looks like all systems go right here for Brewer.
That ball in the air, deep towards left, circling underneath it is Andraco, and he puts it away. So Brewer comes in and gets the 2 outs to end the inning, but the damage done in the 5th for Lynchburg. 3 runs come across on 2 hits, 2 errors, and 2 men left on base. 2 costly errors for the Spartans that inning, and we'll move into the 6th. It's 5-2 Lynchburg when we come back. Lynchburg takes the field leading for the first time today. 5-2 the score over Case Western Reserve. The Spartans with the bottom three in the order due up. It'll be Stilson, Carinci, and Arterburn to start things off. As that one, chopper hit toward short. Garcia sits back on it, now launches a throw to first to step out of Stilson. And Riney, who remains in the game, throws one pitch and gets one out here in the sixth. So one gone now for Zach Carinci, who's 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored so far today. Carinci now hitting at .308, right at 200 hits for his career, facing Riney for the first time this weekend. And he swings and lines that into left field, and that's a base hit for Carinci. So Zach Carinci with the single. Single to left, I should say. And the Spartans have a runner on for Nate Arterburn. Arterburn 0 for 2 so far in this one, a ground out and a fly out. In case you're just joining us, you've missed a lot this inning. Ground ball out to start the frame on one pitch, base hit on the next pitch. So Carinci on at first with one away, and Nate Arterburn takes a called strike 0-1.
Baseball fans, my broadcast partner, John Schwartz, he's just that smooth. He said that just for my benefit.
Absolutely.
That's how nice
here
of a guy he is, too.
Well, who knows? Someone else might have taken a brief break in between
That's
innings
right.
here. There's that backdoor slider again from Riney that misses off the corner, and it's 1-1 on Arterburn. Arterburn 0 for 1 so far in this one. A sac bunt and a fly out. Again, a struggle for him. Hopefully he can break out here if you're a Spartan fan. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Throw down to first, not in time.
It's actually good broadcasting advice, because I think the percentage of people that see every single pitch is probably pretty low.
Yeah.
You know, they got something else going on, you know.
Kyle, I wasn't going to out you on that one either. I just want to point out you outed yourself.
I did. I sure did.
Runner goes. The ball swung on, grounded towards the vacated hole. Second baseman has it, but it gets through. And now moving up to third base on the error will be Carinci. That's going to go as an infield hit for Arterburn, an error that moves Carinci from second to third and will bring the potential game-time run to the plate for the Spartans.
I like the box score description there, and it was really just classically executed hit and run. Ben Jones, the second baseman, knew he was going to have to hurry, and yes, if the hit and run isn't happening there, it's an easy play for Ben Jones. You get those infielders moving around. Good stuff there from Case Western Reserve, down 3. Definitely not out of it, and here you go, top of the lineup.
And not having seen him play, I don't know how often he does it, but Jones did do this earlier in the game where he did the glove flip over on a close play. I think that's what he was going for there again, but there's the drawback to that.
Yeah.
Now Logan Andraco takes the first pitch down and out from Riney. If you're Riney, the good news is you're getting into the lefty heavy portion of the lineup. 3 of the next 4 batters will be left-handers for the Spartans. The bad news is they're good left-handed hitters. If you're, so Riney's going to have his work cut out for him here, trying to protect that 3-run lead. A little down and out, and it's 2-0.
Really good pitch there. I think Riney's still got sharp stuff. Running into a little troubles. He was just outstanding early, but these great offenses can make you look average really quick. You got to be careful with the Spartans right here. 2-0
count on Andraco. Here's the pitch. And he takes a cut at that one, sends it foul onto 115th Street. And it's now a 2-1 count on Andraco. He's had himself a pretty good day. 2 for 3 in the game. He has a 2 RBI single with 2 outs in the second that has resulted in the only 2 runs of the game so far for the Spartans.
You could tell from his body language he really wanted that one.
2-1. Bunted, third base side, but foul, and it's 2-2. Second time in the at-bat we've seen Andraco try to bunt. Bunting for a base hit there. He has a little smile as he heads back to the batter's box. And so 2-2 count now on Andraco with 1 away and men on the corners. Well, it just feels like, again, a situation if you're the Spartans, and they've had a lot of these against Lynchburg, where they get guys on base and then have to cash them in. And right now it hasn't been going well on that front for the Spartans this weekend.
They've left a lot on against Lynchburg. Sometimes I think that stat's misleading. Lynchburg fans know this. I talk about it every broadcast because I just think the better offenses are going to get more guys on base. So it's hard to penalize them for leaving more on base because they get more runners than the bad teams.
2-2 the count. Another throw over to first.
But there is something to be said for maximizing your opportunities, especially in a big game like this. I mean, if you get them in scoring position, you got to bring them in. If you can't bring them in, your success rate's going to go down.
Well, it's now been 20 men left on base through the first 14 innings of the 2 games between these teams. As Andreyko spins on an inside pitch, fouls it off to stay alive. It's still a 2-2 count.
Lynchburg's pitching and defense certainly deserve some credit in that equation. Again, the phrase is timely hitting, but I think Lynchburg's got timely pitching down to almost a science. They seem to make their best pitches when they matter most, when runners are on.
2-2 pitch on the way, and a swing foul tipped, and Andreyko stays alive as Pokerok unable to hold on to that one.
Yeah, nice job by Andreyko to get a piece. He's putting together a pretty long at bat here, getting more information with every pitch, seeing more pitches from Austin Riney, who is tough. But again, you get more info, see more shapes, more velocities, chances of success will go up.
2-2 pitch. Ground ball hit towards third, diving attempt made, but no play. That's going to be an infield single for Andreyko. And it brings across a run for the Spartans. Andreyko didn't hit that one hard, but a diving attempt made by the third baseman, Collins, might have been better off letting it roll to the shortstop, but I'm not sure they had a chance either way with Andreyko's speed out of the left-handed batter's box.
Logan Andreyko now, 3 singles, 3 runs driven in. He's on again with 1 out, 2 on here. Yeah, great piece of hitting. Again, you work that long at bat, you see more and more pitches, you're going to have a chance to just kind of fling one the other way. Here comes a mound visit. It is the assistant coach, Michael Solbach, so I think Austin Riney is staying in here in this situation. Lynchburg still a 2-run cushion, but, man, you got the tying run on now if you're the Case Western Reserve Spartans. You have the go-ahead run in the batter's box. It is an elimination game for the Spartans. I guess they're now 1-0 in elimination games after last night. Lynchburg undefeated in the postseason. They have not actually played an elimination game yet, and they still haven't played one yet. That would be if the Spartans win and we get to that if necessary Game 7.
Well, this is a dangerous situation. If you're Case Western Reserve, this is the guy you want batting here, no doubt. Jack Anderson, 1 for 2 in the game so far, a single and a walk. But Anderson is the team's heart and soul. He's hitting a .402 on the year, an All-American last year, preseason All-American this year, the UAA Position Player of the Year. And Anderson a chance here representing the potential go-ahead run at the plate with the 2 potential game-tying runs on the base paths. Anderson has hit 3 home runs this season. He's driven in 37 out of the 2 spot in the lineup. First pitch on the way to Anderson. Riney delivers down and out for a ball, 1-0.
Stopped by Sean Pokerok. Again, another pitch that I think if it's 6 inches higher, Anderson may offer. But this one out of the hand just a little bit low from Riney. It's ball 1.
Pokerok hasn't pitched bad, or pardon me, excuse me, Riney has not pitched bad this inning. A couple infield hits against him. An error as well that has helped result in the runner scoring. That one down and out, and it's 2-0. And I think in this situation, if you're Riney, the key is just to keep your composure, knowing that you haven't pitched terribly this inning.
Yeah, if you're Lynchburg defensively, learn your lesson from this inning, but also from Case Western Reserve. If you get a ground ball, do not rush the first one. Make sure you get an out.
2-0. Up high, 3-0. A walk here would load the bases with James Powers waiting on deck, and it would be curious to see if Riney stays in the game to face the lefty Powers, or with Riney maybe starting to lose some of his effectiveness if Lynchburg goes to the bullpen.
Lynchburg's got double barrel action in the pen. I think they're both right-handers, though.
And Jack Anderson takes that up high for ball 4. And the bases are now loaded for the Spartans. The potential game-tying runs in scoring position. The go-ahead run at first. Lynchburg thought they were going to pull in the infield, but that may just be the shortstop Garcia taking a few steps in to give his pitcher a pep talk. Indeed, they'll stay back, wisely so, for a potential inning-ending double play.
Yeah, Garcia is always rallying his pitcher. He's a big chatterbox out there.
Powers takes that for a strike. Thought that one might have been a little low. Either way, it's an 0-1 count.
Thinking more about that Anderson at bat, that might have been an unintentional, intentional walk kind of situation. I mean, you even said it. Anderson's that dude for the Spartans.
Powers takes that down low, 1-1. The only thing, and I know that Powers has not been swinging as good a bat as he normally does, but he's a pretty good hitter in his own right. He's a good hitter of left-handed pitching, which I would assume Lynchburg, with the scouting report they do, they know. And you also move the potential game-time runs then into scoring position, too.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
So,
it's pick your poison, but maybe this is the poison they prefer right now. I don't know.
1-1, up and in, 2-1.
It also could just be Riney's not as accurate.
I think Riney, to me, it appears he's running out of steam a little bit here.
Yeah. No, I don't disagree with that.
I think what's going on a little bit is that Coach Beasley's trying to keep the lefty in to face, these two lefties, because that one's fouled off. But again, it's kind of put Riney here in a bit of a precarious situation. He's got to be good, but again, a tough pitcher for a left-handed hitter to face here in Riney. He's good at getting those lefties out.
Yeah, there's no real great answers right now if you're Lynchburg.
2-2 the count, one away, the pitch to Powers. And he swings and misses, strike three. Nice pitch there for Riney. And he gets Powers to swing and miss, and now it'll be up to Nick Harms.
I mean, there you go. There's your answer, Schwartzy. Just make a great pitch. Heck, it might be the best pitch of Austin Riney's collegiate career. That looked like a nasty off-speed pitch. Got it right where he wanted. Powers couldn't do much. Now it's on Harms, and just that pressure just ebbs and flows and shifts, doesn't it? All the pressure was on Riney and the Lynchburg defense. Now you got maximum pressure on Harms to try to deliver.
They'll shift Harms in the infield to pull as the pitch on the way, and Harms takes it down and away, gets through the catcher, and everyone will move up a bag, including Arterburn, who comes across to score the fourth run of the game for the Spartans, and it's now 5-4.
Well, when there's runners on base, specifically a runner on third, the catcher always has pressure on him. In this case, Sean Pokerock lets one get through the 5-hole. He's been a solid brick wall the entire tournament so far. If you're Sean Pokerock, it's another one you got to try to flush it, got to try to move on, be sharper on this next pitch that could also be in the dirt. I mean, it looks like that's where they want to keep the ball with Harms up there.
So 1-0 on Harms, 2-0 now.
I guess keep it out of harm's way is too cliche, right?
Hey, I've used that one before. Don't worry about it.
You kind of have to, especially when he's a great hitter.
Well, with his power, I've been trying to petition the city of Cleveland to change the name of 118th Street to Harm's Way for a couple years now. Bases, well, runners at second and third is that one. Grounded foul by Harms, and it's 2-1.
Good result there for Riney. You go 2-0 on a great hitter. If you can get him to yank one foul, that's solid. And now it's back to a 2-1 count. Lynchburg's got that big shift on the first baseman. Josh Jorman's got his toes on the outfield grass. So does the second baseman. Ben Jones slid over in the hole.
2-1 on the way. Up high. And again, Harm's a guy whose tendency is to pull, but you have to be careful here because there's been a number of pitches on the outer portion of the plate. Harm's got an opposite field base hit yesterday. And again, a base hit here turns a one-run lead into a one-run deficit if you're Lynchburg. So a little bit dangerous here. 3-1, and Harms trying to do just that with that pitch. Instead fouls it off, and it's 3-2. And I guess that's the point of this, is that you're inviting Harms to do that, something that's not playing to his strengths.
Sure, that's exactly right. A professional hitter, they see those shifts, and they just stick with their game plan. They're trying to hit it at the wall or over the wall. College guys, sometimes you start looking at the defense, and you maybe do try to change something.
Full count, 3-2, 2 outs. Harms grounds that one right to first into the shift. Jorman with it, takes it to the bag himself. And that will end the inning. So 2 runs for the Spartans on 3 hits, but the Case Western Reserve Spartans still trail Lynchburg by 1 as we move into the bottom of the 6th. Gimbel, McWilliams, and Garcia due up when we come back.
Trinity of Texas 0. Laverne leads the series 2-1.
Jackson Brewer set to begin his first full inning of work most likely here as we move into the sixth. Bottom of the sixth inning, bottom of the order for Lynchburg. Gimbel, McWilliams, and Garcia. It's a one-run game again, 5-4 the score. This time Lynchburg with the lead as we move into the bottom of the sixth.
What a ball game, Schwartzy. You know, we knew the game was not over when Lynchburg went up 5-2. Really great response there from the Spartans. I've been talking about that for a long time. Those good teams, when you score, they seem to answer. You may not be run for run, but the Spartans got two back there and really keeping Lynchburg right within arm's length. And like you said, they're a base hit away from snatching the lead back.
Gimbel fouls off the bunt, and it's 0-1 on the left fielder. Gimbel hitting a .233 on the year, 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a single today. The 0-1 from Brewer. And outside for a ball, 1-1. Well, it has been a fun one here today. Game one about 2.5 hours old as the two teams have gone back and forth. Fouled off there by Gimbel, 1-2.
I think you said back there in the fourth or the fifth that it felt like the ninth inning. It does have that feel, a little slower paced game. And then I think the pressure of the moment, the elimination game, probably adds to some of that vibe as well.
I was going to say, I think everyone a litlittle bit more deliberate in their actions on a day where you're either going up or going home. That one down and in, ball 2-2. We've really had some fast games. I don't know that we've had a game yet so far this weekend that has been over 3 hours, but this one almost certainly will be the first one that will broach the 3-hour mark. Swung on, foul back, and the count stays 2-2 on Gimbel.
Classic back and forth matchup, some great pitching. Really, you know, it's one of the only games this weekend we can say we've seen some shaky defense. I mean, yes, there's been some errors prior to this, but some errors in some big spots in this game.
Well, and I do think you kind of get to the point of the weekend where everyone's been playing a lot of baseball as a called strike 3 on the outside corner. And that'll be the first out of the sixth. It's Gimbel down looking, and now it'll be O'Kelly McWilliams the fourth who will step to the plate. 1 for 1 on the day with a walk and a single. He scored an unearned run his last time on the base pass.
Yeah, that's a dot there from Brewer. Really good pitch. Gimbel can't get the bat off his shoulder. And it's one that even if you do swing, I don't know how much you can do with it. It's just a great location.
You know, you get to this point in the tournament, and I think you start to see some mistakes being made, even by good defensive teams, only because you played a lot of baseball. You've been up early. You've been at BP. You played, you know, third game in as many days for Lynchburg. This is now the fourth game in as many days for the Spartans. I mean, this is a heavy workload.
It is. And you think Spartans win this ball game here as McWilliams will watch a breaking ball. Case Western Reserves wins this game, they're going to have to play 4 in basically 24 hours. Yep. You know, it is a lot. I said the young guys can take it, but I think you're right. Maybe it does wear on you a little bit. Maybe some of that is emotional and mental, and combining with some of the physical as well, as it looks like Brewers content to keep snapping some of those breaking balls, and O'Kelly McWilliams is still trying to figure it out with a 2-strike count. 1-2, 1 out.
Brewer gets the signs from Powers behind the plate. Here's the 1-2 pitch. And that one misses outside, 2-2.
Went back to the breaking ball again. O'Kelly McWilliams had seen it back-to-back times. He knew that one started well outside. Leadoff man Brandon Garcia waiting on deck.
Yesterday was Tyler Horvath for the Spartans, who was able to come in relief and pick up the win in a close game. So that went a little bit outside there. Brewer went back to the same pitch that he struck out Gimbel on, but that time stayed a bit more outside. And McWilliams able to take it for ball 3. Full count, 3-2 on McWilliams. Brewer trying to replicate what Horvath did yesterday. Ground ball hit up towards the middle, and that's through for a base hit. McWilliams makes the turn at first, but he'll hold there.
Yeah, 2 hits now in the ball game for O'Kelly McWilliams. He has not been retired. He walked in his first plate appearance. Good effort by Atterburn on the dive. If he gets it in his mid, I think O'Kelly McWilliams' speed probably going to prevent him from being able to make the out, but you love the effort, you love the hustle, and here comes the leadoff man, Hollywood, sophomore from Durham, North Carolina, Brandon Garcia. 1 on, 1 out.
Garcia 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts and a ground out so far today, facing Brewer for the first time. I'm sure he's happy to see Stankowski out of the game after he struggled a bit against Archer.
Great point. Yeah, I've got Brandon Garcia as being 1 for his last 17. That's over the last 5 games. So that's a cold stretch for a guy that has 19 multi-hit games on the season.
Well, and when your leadoff hitter goes 1 for 17 and you're still undefeated in the postseason, you know you're living good there. You got some weapons in the lineup.
You're bang on right about that.
Garcia, 321 hitter on the year, even with the recent downturn of offensive production. And inside, snap throw down to first, not in time to get McWilliams. 1-0 the count on Garcia.
You see the attention that O'Kelly McWilliams will draw from a defense. A couple throws from Brewer. McWilliams does not run. And then the catcher, Powers, decides to try to take a crack on him. They've all been fairly close, but McWilliams is crafty. He's ready for all that, too.
Another throw down to first. That was close as well. Not in time, though. Jackson Brewer out of Greenville, South Carolina, has become one of the primary arms out of the bullpen for the Spartans, especially when the team needs multiple innings, as they do here today. His 1-0 pitch. Runner goes, and the pitch is fouled off, 1-1.
Thought a good swing there for Brandon Garcia. He's still shaking his head, still some frustration. Could be because maybe he should have let McWilliams steal the base, or maybe Brandon just a little frustrated he couldn't time that one up and keep it in play.
Good pitch to run on there if you're McWilliams. 1-0 count with a left-handed hitter at the plate. Never a bad thing, especially for a good base runner. He'll take his steps at first. Brewer shakes off his sign, now throws. And again, McWilliams just gets back. Not sure if Camphausen ever got the tag on him as McWilliams slid to the outfield side of the bag away from Camphausen. Close one there, though. Here's the 1-1. Up high, and it's 2-1.
You know, Kelly McWilliams, it's not just raw speed, but there's quickness and there's base running knowledge. The fun one is to watch him go first to third or second to home. He gets like a 45-degree angle. It's like a bank turn in NASCAR, the way he cruises around the bases.
2-1 pitch. Down and in, 3-1.
How much, in your estimation, is the base runner bothering Brewer?
I think it's affecting him here a little bit. Brewer's a strike thrower. On the season, he's walked just 8 guys in 44 innings. And, you know, if you're Garcia here, 3-1, a guy who doesn't walk people, this is going to be a pitch to swing at here, I would think.
Yeah, I think you got to be ready for your pitch here if you're Brandon Garcia. And your pitch is different things to different people. And even that's situational depending on where the game is. It is a one-run game right now, Lynchburg clinging to the slimmest of advantages.
3-1 offering from Brewer. Runner goes. The pitch swung on, lined hard and foul. And, yeah, that's exactly what you were talking about. A 3-1 pitch, one that Brewer was going to put in the strike zone, and Garcia just jumped out in front of it, maybe a shade, as the count goes full, 3-2.
Yeah, hit it in between the first base coach and the umpire. Let's see how many times Brewer throws over on McWilliams before he delivers this full count offering. 1 out. Got to try to stay out of the double play if you're Lynchburg. Easier said than done, but good wheels at both spots. So that should help.
Another throw over there from Brewer. Garcia looks down. It's not a wristband if he's wearing it on his belt band, if you will.
Yeah.
Here's a 3-2. Another throw over.
Ultra close. As you continue to see 6-7 close ones over there, it becomes apparent that O'Kelly McWilliams knows exactly how much of a lead he can get, unless Brewer's got an even faster move in the toolkit that he could go to at some point.
3-2 pitch. And that one lays foul. I think, this may be a little too complex thinking on my part here, but I think if you're Brewer, you benefit from continuing to come inside here to Garcia for 2 reasons. Number one, you're pretty sure O'Kelly McWilliams is going to be running. Number 2, you get that inside pitch, and if you get a swing and a miss on that, you might even be able, as a catcher, to be able to draw the interference call there. And
Yeah.
I like Brewer continuing to work inside. And Garcia is a guy whose back foot is almost on that line on the batter's box. And I think if you're Brewer here, that's a good strategy. Another one hit hard foul down the line.
Yeah, I mean, and I think they did it right there. It looked like a breaking ball that probably started middle, and then started diving toward Garcia's shoe top. So you're right, a lot of game within the game right there. That's some inside baseball. And, you know, knowing what I know about Brandon Garcia, if I was going to try to get the guy out, I might go down and in as well. I know sometimes that's a danger spot for a lefty typically, but
Well, he certainly turned on a few here.
yeah. Yeah, but can you keep it fair? I mean, that's obviously what Brandon Garcia has not done. Doesn't mean he won't do it, but that's the battle. That's our game right now in a one-run ball game.
With all the throw-overs, it feels like it's been a 10-pitch at bat. This will be the 7th. 3-2, and another throw over there.
Yeah, well, 7 pitches, but at least 7 tosses to first, maybe double digits there, I think.
There's been a lot here.
Back to this game going a little slower than the previous games. Things like this will definitely make it bogged down.
3-2 pitch. Runner goes, and it's up high, ball 4.
So you got to now call it a great at-bat from Brandon Garcia. You know, he does fight off some pretty good pitches, some down and in location spots from Brewer. He probably felt like he should have won the at-bat, but back to that battle between pitcher and hitter. You just make one mistake. You have one ball fly out of the hand, and all of a sudden it's a walk, and 2 dangerous runners on with a very dangerous hitter.
7th walk issued by Spartan pitching today. Just the 9th walk of the season issued by Brewer. And the first pitch, fastball, a little low to Jones, who has drawn 2 of the walks today, and it's 1-0.
He's ultra patient, and he has some of the best eye work and plate discipline you will find at this level, perhaps beyond.
Spartans trying to find a way to survive. Down a run here in the bottom of the 6th. Ground ball at first base. Camphausen with it will take it to the bag himself and get the shore out. And thought about the double play, opted against it. I think the right move there, as unappetizing as it might be to be facing Quinn Madden here with 2 in scoring position.
You got a base open at least. The problem is the guy behind Quinn Madden is probably the hottest hitter for Lynchburg right now. That's Sean Pokerock. But love the play there by Camphausen. Again, make sure of the first one. Fielded it clean, came up, took a look, knew it was going to be bang-bang at second. Let me take the sure thing at first. 2 in scoring position, though, for Quinn Madden. RBI leader on the squad.
Big opportunity here for Lynchburg, and a big out for Brewer to try to get is the breaking ball nicely on the inside corner to Madden. 0-1. Madden hitting at .349 on the season. He has 11 home runs, 64 runs batted in, and I think much like we said in the top of the inning that Jack Anderson was batting in a similar situation. He was the guy you wanted up. This is probably the guy you want up right now if you're Lynchburg in this situation.
That's right.
Lifts it foul down the right field line, 0-2. Brewer will get a few pitches to play with here.
Madden kind of started the season actually platooning a bit in the outfield. He was not an everyday starter. Got hot. Was hitting in that 6-7 range in the batting order, moved up to 5th, moved up to 4th, and now he's the 3-hole hitter in a pretty rock-solid lineup.
0-2 count on Madden. Brewer shakes off a sign from Powers, shakes off another sign, now gets the one he wants. Here is the 0-2 offering, and that one just getting a piece of it to stay alive is Madden. That is good hitting at the plate there.
Yeah, and that pitch was well outside in the other batter's box, but Madden's so protective, guarding, does not want to get the bat taken out of his hand, and he knows Brewer's got a good slider. He's seen it a couple times. Let's see if Brewer goes back to that again. Back to my point about you give the hitter a lot more information when you show him the shape of that breaking ball over and over.
The count stays at 0-2, 30th pitch of the game for Brewer, and he will step off and fake a throw to third. Count stays at 0-2. Pitch to Madden. Up and out with the fastball, and that's probably a setup pitch here, you got to think.
I like it from Brewer. Back to that eye level, change that, get him looking up, and maybe he fishes at it great, but really, like you said, you're setting up probably another breaking ball coming right here.
So I think 1 and 2, you've got to put one out of the strike zone here with that slider and just make sure if your powers, you're set to catch it. He comes with the fastball instead, back to Brewer on the mound. He'll jog it about 2/3 of the way before flipping over to first. And that ends the inning. Runners left in scoring position. Second and third for Lynchburg, but it's still a one-run game. The Spartans will send Camphausen, Alonso, and Stilson to the plate, trailing by a run as we begin the 7th when we come back.
McDowell.
5-4, Lynchburg leading. Top of the 7th inning coming up. And a new pitcher on the mound for Lynchburg will be Mason McDowell. McDowell, the sophomore out of Fishersville, Virginia, Wilson Memorial High School, 5'10", 170 on the season. McDowell, 18 appearances out of the bullpen, 1-1 with a 5.97 ERA and 2 saves. He struck out 33 in 28 2/3, walking 20. Opponents hitting just .238 against him, but a lot of base runners against McDowell with some of those walks.
Emerged as a late inning bullpen guy last year and was key in the 2023 National Championship run. This season, Jack Batchmore was thought to be the closer. He was a first-team All-American last season. Batchmore was a preseason All-American, but some injuries derailed his year. So Mason McDowell jumps into the closer's role, John. He struggles a little bit and now has kind of become a middle but also a late-inning reliable option as well. He does have high strikeout numbers, and as you pointed out, a little bit of an elevated ERA. He can be erratic at times, but seems to be finding the zone a lot more again.
He'll start things off against Dane Camphausen with a change-up for a strike. It's 0-1.
Yeah, it's a low 90s fastball. It's a power-breaking ball. He will mix in the change-up from time to time. Two-way guy as well. Still has hopes to become an impact player as a hitter for Lynchburg.
A little below the knees on Camphausen, 1-1. Camphausen hitting at .399 on the season. He's had himself a nice tournament. 1 for 3 in the game today, though. Another one a little below the knees to Camphausen.
Yeah, good hold there by Camphausen. You haven't seen the guy yet, haven't exactly figured out what he has. Maybe you run through a little rudimentary scouting report in the on-deck circle with the coaches, but getting to look at it for the first time can be tough.
Camphausen went chasing the high fastball there as McDowell changing speeds on him, 2-2.
Yeah, and for a big guy like Camphausen, that's enticing. You know he's got the power, too, so you throw him one just above the letters. He's got some life on it. Can be hard to stay on top of or touch at all.
See if McDowell comes back to that pitch again, the 1-2. And he got that a little bit lower in the zone, and Camphausen skies it well high into center field. Charging in is O'Kelly McWilliams, and he puts it away for the first out. And Camphausen now 1 for 4 in the game.
Ended up being a really tough catch. It's a bright blue sky. We do have some sun out there, a little bit of wind. And O'Kelly McWilliams had to cover a lot of ground as well. So looks like a normal F8, but I think it was anything but easy for the Lynchburg defense.
Yeah, that ball sent a mile high by Camphausen. Right. Got underneath it.
I mean, that's the highest ball we've seen in the tournament. I can say that safely.
So Franco Alonso now the batter, trying to atone for a costly error earlier in the game and takes that one outside, ball 1. He's been so good this weekend, but made a throwing error that resulted in a couple runs scoring. And it's been the difference so far. Another one outside, 2-0.
Pretty good location there from McDowell. Alonso is 1 for 2 with a walk. He's the guy I just love the hands. He's got that stance, you know, where he's really hunched over. It's almost a flat back. The back is almost like parallel with the ground, but it works for him. I really like it for him.
Turns on that pitch, fouls it off, and it's 2-1.
It's one that I just don't know that you'd really coach a guy to do, but everybody's unique. Everybody's individual. I mean, you see that at all levels, right? You see some guys in the big leagues where you're like, wow, why is he hitting like that? And then you look at the numbers, and it's because he hits 314, you know, with a 25 homers or something.
That one grounded over to second base. Jones with it. Throw to first in time to get the out, and there'll be 2 gone. So McDowell retires the first 2 batters he faces quickly, and now Tyler Stilson will step to the plate.
And so McDowell reminds me of what you were saying about the starter for the Spartans, Stankowski. You know, great stuff. It's just he's got to keep it in the zone. So far so good for Mason McDowell. He's attacking the mitt. Even those 2 misses there were relatively close. 9
pitches, 5 for strikes, 2 balls to each of the first 2 hitters. And he starts off Tyler Stilson with a breaking pitch just below the knees, and that seems to be the pitch he's missing with, but he's not missing by much.
Yeah, it's not like it's bouncing into the catcher, Sean Pokerock. You even saw Pokey give a look to the umpire just to check, see where that one was.
Ground ball, third base, gloved by Collins. His throw right on target, and a quick first inning for McDowell. And we are through 6.5 here at Nobby's Ballpark. It's 5-4, Lynchburg with the lead. Pokerock, Jorman, and Collins due up when we come back for Lynchburg in the 7th. Lynchburg with a 1-run lead as we move into the bottom of the 7th. 5-4 the score. 4, 5, and 6 in the order for Lynchburg. Sean Pokerock will be the leadoff hitter here. Maybe the front runner for the tournament MVP at this point, I would think.
Certainly got to be in the conversation. 5 RBI, 5 driven in his last 4 at-bats. Now that goes back to yesterday with the pinch hit 2-run home run, but he has certainly been a thorn in the side for Case Western Reserve. We'll see how Brewer goes at him with the bases clear.
First pitch on the way from Brewer, and in there for a called strike, 0-1. Brewer came in the 5th, was able to get out of a jam in the 5th inning without allowing a run to score. Same thing in the 6th, and now pitching here in the 7th, trying to keep it at a 1-run game. Make sure the bats have a chance to try to get even in this one with their last 6 outs, as that misses outside. 1-1 on Pokerock. Pokerock, a key hit in this one. 2 RBI, 2-out single. Here's the 1-1. A little below the knees, 2-1.
Yeah, outstanding location. We had a similar situation with Lynchburg's pitcher in the previous inning, Mason McDowell. It's just such a good pitch. You're not going to get hurt there. You just got to live with the fact that the umpire called it a ball.
2-1 on the way. And that's on the inside corner, 2-2.
Almost seems like one of those zones that's almost like a diamond shape where you are getting a little bit of width in the strike zone, just not a whole lot top to bottom, it seems like. And all coaches and players will tell you, just be consistent with it and we're good.
In the dirt, full count, 3-2. Yeah, I think it's been pretty good umpiring throughout the weekend.
No doubt.
Couple of tricky plays, too, to decipher. And, again, it's been a good crew. They've gotten together, spoken about things when necessary. But I think fair strike zones, Good calls in the field, nothing controversial. In the air, foul and out of play, and we'll get another 3-2 pitch coming up.
Yeah, and you assume that here when you get into the NCAA regional play that you're going to get the best umpiring crews. We've gotten that today. Hats off to those guys. Oh, we've gotten it all weekend, to your point.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Brewer gets Pokerock swinging. So one gone.
First baseman.
And the batter now will be Josh Jorman. Jorman getting his first at bat of the game after coming in as a pinch runner back in the 5th.
Yeah, he's been an off-the-bench specialist this year, actually led the team in average last season, over 390 before his postseason was derailed by an injury in the Old Dominion Athletic Conference first round. Great to see Josh Jorman gloving it, swinging the bat. He can pitch a little bit as well. Might be an option if we do have to go to that if-necessary game.
Down and now, ball 1 to Jorman. Right now, Lynchburg hoping to avoid a second game today, a winner-take-all contest. If we do go to game 2, but Lynchburg, who can advance to the Super Regional with a win here in game 1. So that's taken for a ball inside, 2-0. Leading 5-4 over Case Western Reserve. The Spartans fell behind early in the bottom of the 1st, but answered back with 2 in the top of the 2nd. Outside again, 3-0, didn't miss by much. Lynchburg, Lynchburg tied the game with a run in the 4th and then scored 3 in the 5th to go ahead 5-2. The Spartans answered with 2 in the top of the 6th, and we've been at 5-4 ever since. Called strike, Jorman taking all the way. It's 3-1.
Jorman's gotten 1 start in the postseason, but he's come off the bench a lot. He's got 2 postseason hits. He's walked a couple times, a sack bunt. He's been hit a couple times, so he's been impactful despite the fact that he's not in the starting lineup. Oh, here he goes again.
Ground ball, and that'll get through Camphausen. It'll be an error on Camphausen. Ball down the line, but Camphausen got a lot of glove on that one, and probably one he should have pulled in.
Yeah, I think both Josh Jorman can feel good about that, even if it's not a base hit. He hit it well, was on the breaking ball. For Camphausen, the reverse there, he probably is going to tell you he should catch that ball. Maybe not 100% of the time, but in a big game, you gotta come up with some of those. And here comes Gavin Collins, a playoff lifer in here for Lynchburg.
3rd error of the game for the Spartans. Each team now has committed 3 errors today. And now Collins takes that down low, ball 1.
Real quick, Collins a 4-year starter, and so he's played in 4 NCAA regionals. So when you combine the conference tournament, the regional play, World Series stuff last year, we think he could be over 40 postseason games in his career. It's really hard to wrap your head around. He actually started as a shortstop for Lynchburg, slid 1 spot over to 3rd base, and he's been great his entire career.
He's looked good at 3rd this weekend. Never bad when you can have a shortstop's glove over at 3rd. See, a lot of times, those guys make that move. It's because of, you look for ranginess in a shortstop, and, some of those same qualities that can make you a good shortstop, if you don't have the range, can make you a really good 3rd baseman. So 1-1 count now on Collins. And the breaking ball misses low, 2-1.
Yeah, I don't know who the Major League general manager was, but he said, just draft all shortstops and then start moving them around. Move the good hitters to the outfield and first base. Keep the best one at shortstop. Move the other guys to 2nd and 3rd.
That ball lifted in the air, deep to center, but Jack Anderson has it lined up, puts it away for the out. Starting to throw in the bullpen with 2 outs now in the inning is Tyler Horvath, which is interesting because he's less than 24 hours removed from throwing 65 pitches in relief yesterday, picked up the win in a 5-inning outing. But, you're at the end of the season, and there's no use staying on the bench if you, if your team is down, and that's the best arm maybe on the entire team for the Spartans.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on that after this first pitch to Munitz.
And it's down and in, and it hit Munitz, and he'll reach on the hit batter. Jorman to 2nd in scoring position now. And the batter at the plate will be, looks like a pinch hitter here for Eddie Gimbel.
Yeah, it's Riley O'Donovan, who, if you remember, had 2 doubles yesterday before he was lifted for a pinch runner at the time, and then Poker Rock went back to play home. But it's Riley O'Donovan, another guy that has so much playoff experience. He showed his class and experience yesterday with those 2 doubles. It was 1 to each side. 1 double he pulled to left field, the other he sent in the right center gap. Big spot here for Riley O'Donovan. Chance to do some more damage and perhaps extend a lead for Lynchburg. Hornets on top by 1, 5-4. 7th inning action.
O'Donovan hitting .326 on the season. Dangerous situation here for Brewer, even with 2 outs. Has to find a way to keep this at a 1-run game here in the bottom of the 7th. First pitch in the dirt, and it's 1-0 on O'Donovan.
Speedster O'Kelly McWilliams waits on deck. Riley O'Donovan is one of those guys you want the bat in your hands. Going to get a little something going on here. The umpire and the catcher are going to go out to the mound. That's rare. You don't see that one much, John.
Not sure what this conversation is.
Okay, so the umpire's saying that's not a mound conference. I think the catcher maybe was saying, hey, I'm not sure he saw my signs, or he might be injured. Can I go out there and ask him about an injury? Because a head coach can do that as well without taking an official mound visit. So maybe an extension of that potentially.
So the Spartans use the pitch comm system, same as in the majors. I wonder if maybe it went out and they had to switch to a different sign or something, and they have gotten permission to go out and visit there. And the umpire probably going out to listen in and make sure that's all they talk about.
That's right. Yeah. You can't tell them how you want to attack the hitter. But, yeah, I think you nailed it, because it did look like Powers was given more signals there anyway. So, yeah, good call. Riley O'Donovan's got a good hitter's count here.
2-0 the count now. Again, Brewer is a strike thrower, and Donovan's probably going to get a good pitch to hit in this at bat now. Here's the pitch from Brewer. Breaking ball on the outside corner for a called strike. Gutty throwing that 2-0 in a need a strike situation.
Yeah, that's nice from Brewer, because O'Donovan wants to hit a fastball. He's a fastball hitter. Not that he can't hit the breaking ball, but good one there by Brewer.
2-1 now. Outside corner with the fastball, and Brewer's battled back 2-2.
Yeah, really nice nibble right there. Riley O'Donovan not inclined to get the bat off his shoulder. He will be more so now with 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on in the bottom of the 7th. 1-run Lynchburg lead.
Big pitch coming up here. Brewer gets the signs from Powers, now comes set. The 2-2 offering on the way. Breaking ball swung on, chopper hit towards third. Stilson with it, tags the base runner for the out. And that will end the inning. If I was Stilson there, I would have run to the base as well just to be safe. But either way, it'll be the 3rd out of the inning. And we will move to the 8th. It's a 1-run game. Doesn't get closer than this. 5-4 the score. As we move along to the 8th inning, the Spartans coming up to bat. 8-9-1. Carinci, Arterburn, and Andraco due up when we return. Zach Carinci set to lead things off here for the Spartans, who have 6 outs to work with. Need to find 1 run to tie, 2 to take the lead here in the top of the 8th inning. Zach Carinci, a .313 hitter on the season. And first pitch, breaking ball inside from McDowell, 1-0. McDowell pitched a 1-2-3 seventh. Carinci 1 for 2 in the game today. He scored 2 of the 4 Spartan runs. A single and a run scored back in the 6th for Carinci. And you start getting to the point where a guy like Carinci, a senior in the lineup, might be getting his last collegiate at bat here if the Spartans can find a way to take the lead.
Yeah, all 201 hits of Zach Carinci. You'd love him to bump that up to 202 right here. You take a base runner any way you can get him at this point in the top of the 8th inning.
Breaking ball low, 2-1.
Sean Pokerock is going to step out in front of the plate. That weird little throw there. I don't know if that's a yip situation from Sean Pokerock. It might be back to what we've touched on, a long day, long weekend. Maybe just not quite taking the care to get that ball airborne. We've seen Sean Pokerock throw a runner out, so I don't think his arm strength is in question.
2-1 on the way. Fastball at the knees, called strike, 2-2.
Guess each team's lost a runner to a caught stealing.
Harms was caught stealing earlier today.
Each team's got 3 errors. Each team's had a little moments where they would have liked to be a little sharper. That was a sharp breaking ball from Mason McDowell to get a really good hitter out. 1 down in the top of the 8th.
First strikeout of the game for McDowell. That's 6 straight Spartans that have been retired. And it looks like we'll get a pinch hitter here as Josiah Harris will be the batter. So Arterburn will come out of the game. Harris coming in as a pinch hitter. Harris likely will stay in the game, play second. The Spartans, I think, will move Alonzo to short. And they'll go for the better offensive option here in Josiah Harris, who has had a bit of a star-crossed season his sophomore year. Last year was fantastic. This season got off to a slow start, and as Franco Alonzo emerged as an option at second base, we saw less and less of Harris. But Harris did have a strong series against Wash U on the second-to-last weekend of the Spartan season, and hoping to pick up where he left off there as that misses outside. Harris was the team's #2 hitter last season, finished with an average over 300. A good base runner, just a dynamic all-around player, and see if he could get something started here for Case Western Reserve. Fastball belt high for a strike, 1-1.
And you said Arterburn had been struggling swinging the bat. He did have 1 hit in the game. That was on that little hit-and-run play where Lynchburg's infield was moving around. But, yeah, when you're down a run, you probably have to trade some offense for a little bit of that defense. And like you said, Harris more than capable of going out there and playing second base, so that's not a problem. Swing
and a miss there. A little tardy on the fastball for Harris, and it's now 1-2 count as McDowell comes set. His 1-2 offering, fastball in the dirt, 2-2.
Like the mannerisms from Harris. You can tell he's got some game. He's got that kind of heavy bat waggle, and you can see some fast twitch in there. And if you're Mason McDowell, you're expecting everybody to be good right here. You're not overlooking this guy just because he's coming off the bench.
Josiah now waits, the 2-2 on the way. McDowell delivers, and it's popped up behind second base. Jones back to get it, called off now by McWilliams, who puts it away for the second out. And there are 2 gone here in the 8th. Back to the top of the order for the Spartans, and Logan Andreyko coming up.
I'll use the phrase again for Mason McDowell. So far, so good. Even the misses have been around the plate. Mason McDowell looks like he's got velocity. Breaking ball has some snap. And it will be a good get right here. Logan Andreyko, if you can end the inning right here, that'll feel real good for the Hornets.
First pitch to Andreyko. Swung on, ground ball, first base. Jorman there, fields it, flips onto the pitcher covering. And another 1-2-3 inning for McDowell, as he has sat down all 6 batters he's faced. And we will move to the bottom of the 8th. Lynchburg coming up to bat, trying to extend a 1-run lead in what could be their final at bat of the regional. It's 5-4 the score. Hornets with the advantage when we return. Well, a number of changes for the Spartans. We'll start with the fielding changes first. As Franco Alonso moves from second to left, Zach Carinci moves into the out of the DH spot and over to second. Josiah Harris will stay in the game and play shortstop, and all that precipitated by the move on the mound that the Spartans make. Should also say Logan and Draco moving from left to center, and the center fielder Jack Anderson will come in to pitch. And for Anderson, I believe this will be the first time all season he will enter the game in a non-save situation. Anderson on the year has been great. 7 appearances and 6 saves for Jack Anderson. In the other game, he got the win. 6 2/3 innings. He's allowed just 4 hits, 2 walks, 9 strikeouts, and a 182 opponent's average in a situation where, A, if you're the Spartans, you got to feel like you need a shutout inning here, and so you turn to your closer in Jack Anderson. And B, you know, knowing Jack, I don't think pitching an inning here, especially if it's a shorter one, would preclude him from coming in and pitching whatever you need him to in the second game.
Yeah, and I was going to say that. Just exact right call here in this situation. Your season's on the line if you're Case Western Reserve. For Lynchburg, that's not the case. So you bring in your closer here down 1. You hold the Hornets where they're at. If you tie, you let them roll for another inning. If you're the Spartans, you're hoping you do more than tie in the bottom of the 9th. But this is the move, I think, and then you patchwork it together from there, hopefully, if you're still playing, if you're the Spartans.
1-0, swung on, foul back, 1-1.
And if you're Lynchburg, getting a run off a guy like this then gives you all kinds of momentum to go close out the game. So it's still a lot at stake right here, and still everything on the line.
1-1 from Anderson. And that missed inside. And it's 2-1. Thought for a second that hit McWilliams.
Yeah, some of the teammates and the fans were telling him to wear that one. Easier said than done, especially with a guy with this kind of velocity on the mound there for Anderson.
Jack will get it up at 90. Pairs it with a good breaking ball as well. There, throws a called strike on the outside corner. It's 2-2.
Yeah, and he's got those long levers, those arms and legs flying at you as well. It's got to make it difficult to hit.
We've spoken before about Jack's athleticism. Obviously has made an impact throughout the season behind the plate. Started 3 of the 4 games in center field here this weekend. And now coming in to try to keep it at a 1-run game. Swung on, fouled back. Good job by McWilliams to get a piece of that on the fastball up and in.
Yeah, I mean, what can't Jack Anderson do? And, oh, by the way, he's going to be the leadoff hitter and represent the tying run in the batter's box here if the scoreline stays like this. But that's what you're hoping for the Spartans. Anderson, Powers, Harms due up in the 9th.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good slider there from Anderson. Had McWilliams out in front as McWilliams was ramping up on the fastball. As McWilliams heads back to the dugout, he gives some information to Garcia, who is 0 for 3 with a walk in his last at bat today, facing Anderson here.
For Lynchburg, their pitching is going to be interesting. I mean, Mason McDowell has sat down 6 in a row. I don't see why you would go away from him, but everything has a limit. There's always going to be a plan B and a plan C, and so we'll keep our eyes on that. And, you know, Lynchburg values those left-on-left matchups. You have some of that coming up for the Spartans in their configuration of a talented batting lineup. Lynchburg needs just the 1 win today. They need to win 1 out of 2 to advance to super regional play. Winner of this series takes on either Trinity out of Texas or Laverne out of Southern California. Case Western Reserve needs to win this one and the next one to get there.
It's a 2-0 count now on Garcia at the plate. As the fastball that time on the outside corner, 2-1. Seeing Josiah Harris here at shortstop. Not the best defensive option for the Spartans. Harris played second base last year, probably more of a second baseman in terms of arm strength, as that one hit hard up the middle and through for a base hit. Good hitting there by Garcia, as Anderson allows the single up the middle. I believe just the 8th hit he's allowed all season long.
For Brandon Garcia.
Pardon me, the 5th hit he's allowed all season
yeah,
long.
even Even more outstanding for Brandon Garcia, who had been slumping. I mean, 1 for his last 17. So he really hit that one right on the nose, nailed it right by what looked like the knee of Anderson. And Garcia is on first with a good part of the Lynchburg lineup here.
Gotta imagine we'll see Garcia running at some point here as he tries to get into scoring position with Jones at the plate. Garcia has stolen 27 bases on 33 attempts this year. First pitch from Anderson, just off that outside corner. It's 1-0.
Ben Jones is a guy who typically hits velocity well, easier said than done, especially when Jack Anderson, who features that hard fastball, can pair it with a hard breaking ball as well.
And that hit him. So a hit batter, and it's first and second now with 1 away.
Yeah, Ben Jones has now been hit 11 times this year to go along with 47 walks and a 300-plus batting average. That gets the OBP up over or around 500 anyways, a guy that gets on half the time for Lynchburg. And here comes a short mound visit. Probably a really good time to do it with Quinn Madden, team RBI leader, up, 2 speedsters on the bases. Still a lot at stake here for both of these teams.
And Madden, a tough hitter at the plate, hitting a .347 on the year. He's got those 11 home runs on the season. A lot of speed on the base pass, a lot of power at the plate.
Another guy with a great personality. As a first-year guy, sometimes you don't know how you're going to fit in with a team that brings so much back, so much talent returning. He has fit right in perfectly, and guys like him and O'Kelly McWilliams, I think they're a big spark for this team. Even though they were not national champions last year, they just seem to rise to that standard, and I think they're elevating everybody else's standard with their talents.
So Anderson on the mound here. There's action in the Spartans' bullpen, and that's Tyler Horvath, who is back up and throwing. Not sure if the game plan for the Spartans is to throw Anderson here in the 8th, and if you do tie or take the lead, let him try to close down the 9th, or if you go to Horvath to try to get the save, or in a tie game. Is that one grounded over to second? Carinci goes to second for 1, back to first, and they say in time, and boy, I think the Spartans got the benefit of a call there. It goes as a 4-6-3 double play. That did not materialize quickly at all, but boy, I think Case Western Reserve got a break. I thought that Madden beat that out down the line.
It was bang-bang for sure. Brandon Garcia was running hard from second to home. Looked like he would have scored on that. You know, Travis Beasley, the head coach for Lynchburg, is going to come out and it voiced some displeasure. I don't think you're getting this one overturned. And, yeah, Coach Beasley's going to head back to the dugout. He doesn't want to disturb the rhythm of the man that is on the bump now for Lynchburg to try to close down another regional championship, continue a perfect postseason. This will be Colin McGuire again, Schwartzy, and Case Western Reserve knows him very well. Colin McGuire threw 35 pitches yesterday in a save situation. So we're back at that again right here. Colin McGuire on for the second time in 2 days to try to lock down a 1-run lead and turn it into a 1-run victory for Lynchburg.
We'll stay with you here in between innings as we move into the 9th, with Case Western Reserve needing a run to tie, 2 to take the lead. And McGuire yesterday, 2 1/3, no hits, no runs, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts against the Spartans. And we'll take the hill here again in the 9th to try to close out. He picked up the save yesterday, and we'll have another chance at a save here.
Number 28, Colin.
And
yesterday for McGuire, his 4th save of the year.
Yeah, he's had that mix of starting and relieving. Seems like he's back to the back end of the bullpen at the moment. He has been a consistent option, and he, much like those guys I mentioned, Quinn Madden and O'Kelly McWilliams, as a first-year guy, he has fit right in with this bunch, and he is a true freshman, unlike McWilliams and Madden transfers. McGuire's a young guy. He seems to be ready for the moment, and the moment is right now. It's the last chance for the Case Western Reserve Spartans. They must win. For Lynchburg, you have some breathing room. Does that give you confidence in a situation like this? If you're Lynchburg, I'm not so sure. I think the pressure is still pretty equally applied right here.
McGuire 4-1 on the year, a 4.01 ERA, making his 22nd appearance of the year. That's tied with Riney for the team lead. 8 of those have been starts. He'll face Anderson, Powers, and Harms this inning. Righty, lefty, lefty for the Spartans, who will try to rally late. First pitch on the way to the pitcher now, Jack Anderson, and it's a breaking ball that misses just inside, 1-0. Anderson hitting at .402 on the campaign. The 1-0 pitch. In the dirt, 2-0.
Yeah, not the ideal start for Colin McGuire, but his stuff is good enough. He can pitch from behind. Just don't make a habit of it. Don't make a habit of it if you're Colin McGuire. You fell behind to Anderson. Try to get strike one to the next subsequent hitters.
2-0 pitch. Anderson with a big cut comes up empty, 2-1. And yeah, that was one Anderson was sitting fastball. And anything close to the zone, he was going to take a good, healthy hack at.
Back to McGuire's stuff. He can pitch from a 2-0 hole because it's so good. There's another one. Got it in on the knuckles of Anderson there. And now the count is even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Powers and more talent waiting on deck.
Two-two pitch on the way to Anderson. McGuire rocks and delivers. That ball in the air, deep towards right center field. McWilliams going back. It's over his head. It drops in for extra bases. Anderson's got great speed. Anderson turns the corner at first. Anderson will head into third. The ball bobbled, and he's safe. Jack Anderson leads off the 9th with a triple, and the Spartans have the potential game-tying run just 90 feet away.
Triple's the most exciting play in baseball. How about when your team's down by 1 and you're down to your final 3 outs here in the 9th inning? Backside gap there. Great 2-strike hitting from Jack Anderson. And he's got some wheels turning around the turf. Lynchburg bringing the infield in. Okay. Yeah, Lynchburg doesn't want to go to extra innings here, Schwartzy.
Yeah.
Infield's coming in.
I kind of think that's the move here. Try to cut the run down at the plate. Again, Lynchburg will get a shot in the bottom of the 9th regardless, as James Powers trying to even the score, takes the first pitch outside, ball 1.
And that's why sometimes maybe you leave the infield back, trade the run for the out, or hope you can get a pop-up or a punch-out from Powers. He's hitless on the day, did reach on an error earlier.
Powers swings it, a ground ball through, base hit, Spartans tie the game. RBI single for James Powers, and it's 5-5.
No chance for Colin McGuire to get comfortable with this lineup. You got to be rock and roll at the drop of a hat. Powers punches that one through. And yeah, if you leave the infield back, you probably get an out right there, but the run does score. So the trade-off is you take the chance, run scores, still nobody out, and the winning run is at first base.
I still like the strategy by Lynchburg there. I think you play to win the game, to quote Herm Edwards, I guess, in this situation. But that being said, now you're in a situation where you've got a good base runner at first in Powers. Now, the Spartans have not been very active on the base paths today, so I'm not sure we'll see Powers take the risk here, especially with the 2 guys coming up who could give the Spartans the lead with 1 swing in Harms and Camphausen. Now, Harms has been struggling at the plate. He has not been particularly productive this postseason, but a chance here to atone for that with 1 big swing.
Harms has had 2 walks. Did have a hard fly out to right field, but yeah, 0 for 2. Could be sacrifice bunt situation, maybe.
Pitch taken for a strike. Again, Case Western Reserve is the road team in this game, so we will see a extra inning here. Elena, put the run up on the board, please.
Yeah, Schwartz multitasking again. Yes, we will have a bottom of the 9th. That's what my colleague was getting to. It's a 5-5 ball game. But yeah, no, could be confusing because we're at Case Western Reserve University. They're wearing white, but they are the visitors at Nobby's Ballpark.
Pitch to Harms, 0-1, and he grounds it into the dirt on the plate. That's no real dirt there, but it does go to an 0-2 count.
If you're Lynchburg, back to those lessons from earlier in the game, make sure you get the first out. Don't rush it trying to turn a double play. If you can turn a double play, great, but be sure of that first one.
And Harms holds I think he swung with his entire body except for the bat there as the count goes to 1-2.
Yeah, looked like both knees ended up on the ground there on a good action pitch from McGuire. Had some downward movement.
1-2 on the way. And a swing and a miss at a really good change up there for McGuire for strike 3.
Yeah, when you can follow up your velocity and breaking ball with that becomes an unplayable delivery right there from Colin McGuire.
So the onus now shifts to Dane Camphausen with 1 out and the potential go-ahead run on the base paths at first. Camphausen 1 for 4 in the game, a single in the third. He's grounded out back in the first inning into a double play, and it's popped out twice.
Lynchburg outfield very deep, and they have Camphausen played to pull infield, pretty much doing the same thing. It's definitely not a traditional double play depth at all. Another mound visit coming. This is the assistant coach, Michael Solbach.
So this is important here. And if you are McGuire, if you're playing this way for Camphausen to pull, you have got to pitch him inside. You cannot miss over the outer portion of the plate. Camphausen will park one in the gap. And the no doubles defense is the right defense here. They're playing it right. But again, Camphausen so good at peppering that right center field gap. I would be very concerned here, and I got to believe the conversation on the mound is saying we got to pitch this guy inside, and if you do go outside, you got to miss outside. You cannot give him something that he can extend his arms on and poke a ball into the gap because we'll be down very easily then.
Yeah, that's a great call by you, Schwartzy. Keep it on the inner black. If you miss, make your miss further in, or as you said, way out. Don't leave him something over the heart of the plate. Really, even the inner third is dangerous with a guy like Camphausen. Yes, he has those long arms, but he can get to those balls. There's a big right center gap, to your point. Quinn Madden's, he's really on an island over there as the right fielder for Lynchburg.
I don't know that this is the right way to play Camphausen, frankly. It may work out, but I don't know that's the right way. And again, if you're going to do this, you have to pitch him inside. The first pitch there misses up and out to Camphausen, and it's 1-0.
That's right. And it's always back to the educated guess. You know, you never know where a guy's going to hit the ball or where your guy's going to throw it, but you're trying to guess right.
Ground ball, third base, could be 2. Throw to second for 1, on to first, and the throw gets away. Camphausen will head towards second. Pokerock with it. Throw goes down to second, and it's in time for the out. I'm slightly surprised that there wasn't an interference call there at first, but Coach Englander doesn't seem to be arguing it. And that will end the inning. So 5-5 the score. And yeah, here comes the argument from Coach Englander. I think asking about a potential interference call at first base.
Yeah, tricky situation there. Lynchburg does get the leading runner. As I said, they made sure of that. Throw was low. Jorman couldn't dig it out. He and Pokerock go back to try to pick up the ball. Pokerock makes a strong throw into second. Camphausen tried to swim around the tag. Umpires are going to get together. So let's see if any of the other umps thought there could have been a potential interference there. It's a tricky one because back to the runner sets his own running lane. He can turn for second wherever he wants, but the fielders also are entitled to make a play on the ball. So you got a lot going on right here. This is back to you do not envy our umpires making this call.
So let's see what happens here. And the umpires will talk this out. First base umpire today, Phil Heim, showed no inclination that he was thinking about changing anything here. It was clear that the first baseman, Jorman, got in Camphausen's way. The question is how much of that is legal and how much of it isn't, and I think that's what the umpires are trying to dissect here.
Yeah, I mean, to me, Jorman does have a right to go after the ball. It's a ball in play, and it's not a throw where the fielder has to give the runner a lane to a base or home plate. You're seeing that a lot more now. This is different. This is just Jorman scrambling for the ball. But I think if you're the Case Western Reserve coaching staff, you definitely ask the question. I mean, you should be having the umpires talk about it a little bit.
And this will be a long conversation here.
Yeah, you want to make sure you get it right. which I like, even though it does slow the game down a bit. But I like the fact that they're getting it right. The situation, remember, it's a 5-5 ball game. It's a tie game. Anderson leads off with the triple. He scores on a James Powers single. Infield was drawn in for Lynchburg. Harms strikes out, and then it's Camphausen with the ground ball to the left side. Lynchburg definitely got an out at second. So you're either going to have inning over, top of the ninth inning over anyway, going to the bottom of the ninth, or you're going to have Camphausen on second in scoring position with 2 outs for Franco Alonso, and the Spartans would have a chance to still win the game if the call is overturned.
This is a very long conversation right now.
Yeah, usually the longer ones mean they're going to get overturned, right? Isn't that the general rule?
Yeah, or at least there's a disagreement among the, you got to imagine it's almost like a jury that takes a long time to deliberate, that someone's got a dissenting opinion out there. Good
analogy right there. Yeah, it's NCAA Regional Baseball, the Cleveland, Ohio Regional. Game 6, the if necessary game would follow this one. We are tied at the moment, 5-5. Case Western Reserve Spartans are the home team. They must win here. Lynchburg defeated the Spartans yesterday to get themselves in the quote-unquote driver's seat. But sometimes the driver's seat is the hot seat. And right now for Lynchburg it is.
This has been an unbelievably long conversation. And frankly, I'm one who says if you got to talk about it this much, you got to stick with the call on the field.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're talking this much is curious.
It sure is.
And let's see what the call is.
Oh, they're going to call. Yeah.
If they're talking to Matt Englander about it, then that makes you think that the call will stand.
I tend to agree. You never know, and we'll just be able to check Coach Englander's body language right here. You'll see the head drop in disappointment, or he'll march back to the dugout or something.
Yeah, Matt's not going to hide any emotion here, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, at this stage of the game, too, emotions tend to come out. We are heading to the bottom of the ninth, probably. Tie ball game. Lynchburg has a chance to walk it off here as the home team in the other club's ballpark. And even the explanation is long, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little head shake there from Coach Englander. He's still going to plead his case. This is crowds kind of getting a little restless. It's a fun atmosphere for baseball. It is a tension-filled atmosphere, but still some fun.
And we'll go to the bottom of the ninth regardless, and it certainly seems like we'll be going to the bottom of the ninth momentarily here. No one has taken the field yet. And now I think you're in a situation where if you're the umpires, you sort of just have to move this game along a little bit.
I guess statistically in your box score there, John, it's going to be, 5-4, 2-4 double play. A strange way for Lynchburg to get what now is going to be double play number 35 on the season.
So that wouldn't be a double play because of the throw, so it technically breaks it up.
You're right.
But I still don't think it's an error on that play if the runner doesn't get the extra base out of it. So it's just got to be a
choice
and a 3-6 putout, I believe. Was it 3-6 or was it 2-4 or who even?
Put that one in the scorekeeping manual. That can be a case study there at the back of the book.
What I have found out over the years is that there are more situations than you can fit in a scorebook in a baseball game.
Yeah. And scorekeeping is an art all to its own as the explanation to Coach Englander continues, and he's still pleading his case. I think, now he's going to yield. Now he's going to walk back. The half inning is over. The Case Western Reserve gets what they need. They tie the ball game up 5-5. I'm assuming we'll see Jack Anderson for another inning, right? Yeah, he's marching back to the slab.
And so it'll be tied as we move to the ninth. Bottom of the ninth inning. It'll be Pokerock, Jorman, and Collins due up for Lynchburg. We'll be back momentarily.
Sean Pokerock.
So we will go to the 9th, and Sean Pokerock will be the hitter here in a 5-5 game. Lynchburg needs a run to win and move on to the Super Regionals. Jack Anderson out for his second inning of work. Gave up a single and a hit batter, but got out of trouble with a ground ball double play. Gets a fresh slate here in the 9th. Trying to send this game to extra innings. Pokerock has been great all weekend. First pitch. Breaking ball, called strike, 0-1.
Sean Pokerock hit the home run to sink the hopes of the Case Western Reserve Spartans yesterday. Does he have some more magic like that in him again?
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Ground ball, third base side. It's foul. And the count goes to 0-2.
With an electric closer like Jack Anderson is, John, sometimes offenses and hitters will tell you it's almost easier just to get him one time, get him for one long ball rather than try to string together 2 or 3 singles, because you're not going to do that off a power arm like Jack Anderson, but we'll see.
Pokerock has the power. He's hit 5 on the season, including 1 yesterday. Lines that one foul. And it stays at 0-2.
You certainly don't get the impression that Sean Pokerock's trying to do much with this, or trying to do too much with this at bat. 1 foul to the left side, 1 to the right. What's coming from Anderson here? Another heater, setup pitch, or maybe go right to the breaking ball to try to put him away?
Yeah, might try to park that breaking ball off the outer corner. Let's see. Powers sets up, looks like dead center, and takes the fastball right down the middle. And there's the mind game of baseball right there. Pokerock was thinking breaking pitch outside, and Anderson came with the fastball and just parked it on that outer corner. The ball zigs when you think it's going to zag, and that's enough to get frozen on a play like that.
Yeah, classic baseball right there. It's a good pitch. Power fastball makes you uncomfortable. 1 out. Josh Jorman hitting now. Reached on an error in his first at-bat after subbing in for Eric Hyatt.
Swings and fouls that pitch back. The Spartans will cheat in at the corners against him, or at least in at third, with the lefty at the plate.
Second strikeout for Anderson. He has yielded the base hit. That was a single up the middle by Brandon Garcia. He hit Ben Jones, 2 base runners for Lynchburg, but a timely double play for the Spartans ended the 8th inning.
Up high, ball 1, 1-1 the count.
And talking about home runs potentially, Josh Jorman, he's a 5th-year man, but 0 career home runs.
1-1 pitch on the way to Jorman. Breaking ball in your corner for a strike. It's 1-2.
Yeah, it's steep too. It's got some depth. Starts up high and then really just powers down. Classic 12-6 action.
One-two pitch from Anderson. That one rocketed right field, and that'll get down. Base hit for Jorman. He'll head for second and pull in with a 1-out double, representing the potential game-winning run.
My goodness, Josh Jorman, postseason heroics continue for this young man. He has had several postseasons cut short due to injury. He is making the most of his health and fitness right now. Josh Jorman is the winning run in scoring position for Gavin Collins. Here is 2 proven, seasoned campaigners for Lynchburg. 2 of the best in school history, I think. Possibly a change here for the Spartans. Wow.
So that's going to be it for Anderson, I believe, and I believe it's going to be Tyler Horvath who will come in, and that means we'll get some more defensive changes here, as in all likelihood it will be Anderson going back. Let's see. No, it's just going to be a defensive change here.
Okay, better arm maybe in the outfield?
I think that's what the game plan is. I think on a ball hit to the outfield, they bring in Matt Trout, who can, potentially throw a runner out. Now, you do get one of your better bats out of the lineup in Andreyko.
Yeah.
But that being said, at this point, you got to stop the run from scoring and figure out the rest in the top of the 10th if you get to that point.
Season on the line, too. I like the fact, and it tells me that the Spartans have thought about this situation before. You don't just dream that up and decide to go to it right now. Yeah. Here we go. All on the line here. First pitch to Gavin Collins.
I think you got to play in a little bit more here if you're Trout in this situation. Try to cut that runner down at the plate potentially. That one fouled back by Collins on a ground ball up the middle. Like I said, you might want to take a few steps in if you're Trout to try and have a throw on a play at the plate.
Collins looked like he was on that, fouled it straight back. Here comes the conference at the mound. Gavin Collins, fourth-year man from Northern Virginia, Clifton, Virginia. He and Josh Jorman are good buddies. Josh Jorman standing at second base after a one-out double in the right field corner. Josh Jorman has not had a great year average-wise, but you would not know that from his postseason play. He has been really, really good in this undefeated 7-0 run. Lynchburg looking to make it 8-0 in postseason play.
So 1 out, runner at second. The meeting on the mound broken up. Jack Anderson trying to prevent that runner from coming in.
Got a base open if you're Case Western Reserve. It would set up a double play. So you do have that availability there, but again, I don't know that you want to get too clever if you're the Spartans, right?
I do wonder if maybe that's what Powers came out to say. Hey, let's make sure we don't give Collins anything too good to hit here.
Yeah.
The 0-1 on the way. Outside, 1-1.
And remember, Jorman's the only run that matters as we're in a tie ball game, bottom of the ninth. Lynchburg needs one to end it. If you put Collins on first, it's really insignificant. It doesn't matter if he scores or not. You would set up the force in doing that.
I think they're going to pitch around Collins here. Let's see. Is that one grounded through, base hit into left field. Alonso with it. They'll hold the runner at third. And it's now first and third. Wise move holding the runner there with 1 out.
Yeah, you're telling your runner to run hard, maybe round it and stay is what some third base coaches will use in case the left fielder bobbles it. But that one just hit too hard to the left fielder and right at him. Didn't have to move. Josh Jorman, good speed. But you're right, holding the runner was the call. Now it's runners at the corners, and Lynchburg kind of got the Spartans in a vice grip right here.
So this is interesting. The Spartans will pull the infield in rather than play for the double play in this situation.
Yeah, I think you're going to see Collins probably go first pitch. You risk lining into a double play if you do that. Collins is going to stay. It is all happening right here, my friend.
Munitz, the leading hitter for Lynchburg this season. He's hitting at .363 coming into play today and a chance to be the hero for the first year.
Seasons on the line, careers on the line out here today. Any pitch could be the pitch.
Anderson comes set and delivers. Fouled off again, 0-2.
If you're Anderson, you know that Munitz has been aggressive. He swung at the first 2 pitches, plus you've got your prior scouting report. Wonder if you get something out of the zone right here. Infield drawn in. Outfielders are in as well. Not extremely tight, but closer.
Got to be careful on a pitch out of the zone in this situation with the runner at third here, though, too. Powers has got to throw his body in front of any ball in the dirt.
Got to get huge if you're a catcher.
0-2. That's up high, and boy, Powers did a good job to get up and get that one.
That's nearly it. Knocked the home plate umpire's mask off somehow. I think it was on the jump up. Powers' back actually hit the plate ump, but everything's fine. 1-2 count. Good hold by Munitz.
Here's the 1-2. Breaking ball swung on. Chopper hit towards second. They'll try to, no play. And Lynchburg with the walk-off victory on the infield hit. And the Hornets are going to the Super Regionals.
Back-to-back Super Regional trips for the Lynchburg Hornets. Cleveland rocks, but Lynchburg rolls. What a victory. The Spartans come back to tie it up in the 9th, and then Lynchburg 3 consecutive base hits. First, it's Josh Jorman in the right field corner. Gavin Collins stings one through the left side, and then Joe Munitz, a chopper that the shortstop Harris opted to go to first on. He didn't really have a play at home. It was just a perfectly placed bouncing ball from the first-year man, Joe Munitz. Give him a walk-off game-winning RBI, a regional tournament-winning RBI for Joe Munitz. How good was Lynchburg on the mound these last 3 games? Wes Arrington, complete game on Friday. Matt Field, Riney, and McGuire yesterday. And then it's Colin McGuire coming back in this game. He actually gave up the tying run, but he'll get the win. And Lynchburg moving on to Super Regional play For a second straight year, the national title defense is in full effect for Lynchburg. The Sunday Reds come through again for Lynchburg. So many heroes in this one, and a real tough situation for the Case Western Reserve Spartans. A great season for them will come to a close earlier than they would have wanted, but a real battle out here today in a 6-5 game. It came down to the very end, Mr. Schwartz.
Yeah, and I do think that the experience of Lynchburg coming off of the national championship last season proved a little bit too much here for the Spartans, a talented Lynchburg team once again that came in here. And then in the end, when it got close at the end, a tight game played all today, Lynchburg just had that little extra to pull it out.
I think you're right. Experience does matter. This is a Lynchburg team that has somehow managed to stay so loose in the playoffs, and they are still a perfect 8-0 in postseason play. Case Western Reserve's great season will end at 33-11. Lynchburg continues at 33-15. Hornets will await the winner of the Trinity and Laverne series at a location to be determined. It could be in Texas, it could be in Southern California, it could be in Lynchburg, Virginia, who knows. But man, we saw it all this weekend, Mr. Schwartz. I know your work is still not done. You got to go get busy, but I just want to say thank you for letting us come on, and enjoyed your insights, enjoyed working with you. And
absolutely, Kyle.
Selfishly, I wish we could have had another game. Lynchburg fans are going to yell at me for saying that, but selfishly, I wish we could have had another game. It was that exciting this weekend.
Well, this was a fun one, absolutely. Congratulations to Lynchburg on moving on, as they will go on to the Super Regionals again for the second straight year. I want to thank everyone again for joining us throughout the weekend. Final score here again. Lynchburg winning on a walk-off single by Joe Munitz, 6-5 the score. Thank you again for everyone who's tuned in all season long to our broadcast, and we'll hopefully see you next year here back at Nobby's Ballpark. Final score once again, Lynchburg 6-5. The Hornets moving on to the Super Regionals. Have a great rest of your day, everybody.